something in the comments. We'll invite a couple people up to get started, but afterwards we'll try and keep it clean, keep it focused, so that there's a logical kind of flow. That being said, we've got a lot to talk about. I think I'm really excited to hear what Hardy has to say about his puts on Disney, because they should have worked out if he bought them right at open and then sold them not too long later. So excited to see how that happens. Welcome back, Hendrix, Weeb, Rad, Mask, T-Prince. How are you guys?
Good. How are you today, Opinion?
Good. Who is that inside a jet fighter engine?
I believe that was Prince.
No,
Sorry,
not me.
it was a little buggy.
I was gonna say that was Hendrix. He lagged out real quick.
No worries. So,
I see.
what have you guys been up to? What have you done yesterday, trading wise, or looking forward to do this week?
Anybody want to talk about the Carl Icahn short position? Just get that out of the way.
Probably a good place to start. I guess before we start, though, does anyone here have GameStop positions, or someone in the comments want to talk about their GameStop position?
I have shares of GameStop. I think my valuation of my shares is about $300 worth of GameStop.
I bought some shares when it hit 25 because it keeps bouncing off of it, but I'm not going to hold on to those particularly long.
I've been carrying long-dated short positions on AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond, hedged by a long position on GameStop that's shares in January 237.50s.
Okay, follow-up question: Why?
Why the sort of pairs trade?
Well, yeah. Why?
Because AMC is going to dilute. It's just part of their business plan, apparently, and Bed Bath & Beyond is going to go bankrupt. But the hedge is because of the basket. So if one squeezes, they all squeeze. So I can carry those short positions comfortably, just sort of buying and selling puts as they go down, and not really worry about my puts getting obliterated because I'm hedged with the GameStop calls should the basket squeeze.
So, Hendrix, I don't think AMC can dilute unless they do the ape conversion first and dilute through there. Or I guess they could just dilute through ape, but I don't think they have the ability to dilute right now through AMC itself.
I agree, but just the news that they would drive the stock way down, right? Just them talking about it would drive. I feel like the AMC apes are on the edge of a knife to just abandoning the whole play, right?
That's been your thesis for quite some time. How has that kind of played out? Because I think you've entered that position a while ago.
Yeah, I got into Bed Bath & Beyond during the last run up, and I bought January, February $1, and obviously they're not in the money yet, but I mean, we're cruising along. We're gonna get there. It sure looks like it.
It really does. Oh,
All the contracts I'm just holding, they're all obviously worth nothing right now because the strikes are so far out from where we're at, right? But this is it's just sort of like a lottery ticket, let's say, right? Because like I really do like Bed Bath & Beyond has announced that they're going to dilute, and they haven't yet, and their share price is just plummeting. So I mean, I don't even know if they can anymore without destroying their actual company. And I entered that bearish stance, that super bearish stance on Bed Bath & Beyond after the news started spreading that their vendors were denying them inventory.
isn't that like the weirdest thing? Like, how do you run a retail store without inventory? I feel like that should be the first thing that gets paid out, and AC as well. AC is kind of important for a retail store.
Yeah, it's not if it's true opinion, it's a really hard thing to come back from. And like I can speak, like I have vendors, right? And over COVID, a lot of my customers were dropping because it's food service, right? And their clients were just going bankrupt. And they literally expressed to me that exact like conundrum that they're in. It's like somebody can owe you $40,000, but cutting them out and saying we're not sending you anything more sort of cripples their ability to make that money and send it back to you. So that's a dramatic move from a vendor to deny inventory because they are also denying themselves the ability to get paid by that client, right?
Yeah, exactly.
On GameStop, back to positions, at 10,000 shares, 1,700 in computer shares. I hate Ryan Cohen, and I can't stand him and all of the other subreddits over there. But out of morbid curiosity, I cannot let go of this computer shares position to see what will happen when critical mass gets crossed. I just can't let it go, even though I hate the company, I hate the chairman and everything else they're doing. And 60 January calls, a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Whether the thesis is correct or not, I mean, I'm willing to find out the long way, but I do not want to be on the fucking sidelines when that shit plays out.
100%. It's a shot on
That's
goal.
the main reason I made the YOLO. Yeah, DA, that's the main reason I made the YOLO. I threw $1,000 on GME back when it was at 29.70 something. So hopefully that shit's gonna pay off.
So
Something's
are
gonna
a lot
happen.
of you holding just on the premise of if it MOASes, you don't want to miss out versus you actually have belief that it should be valued higher? Like, is this just a, oh, I don't care if I lose this money, it would hurt more to not get this money type of play?
I have zero belief in the company and what they're doing and the chairman and the executives. I don't like anything they do. However, yes, the setup is there, and I could not live with myself if I let this position go and something happens. I don't, MOAS, no, but something will happen.
So I guess
Are
my
you at
question
least-
is,
Are you
how
at least,
many
like selling
shares?
covered calls? Sorry, opinion. Are you at least like selling covered calls on the back of all those shares you have, so you're collecting some premium and like grabbing some cash along the way?
No, I'm a fucking rearard. I have sat there
son.
with 10,000
Of course
shares.
not.
Have not done that. Every day I ask myself, is today the day? But I have not yet.
Yeah,
So
Reptile.
that's it.
If you're
Wait.
selling covered calls, then you're giving up all the upside. That's exactly what they're looking for.
Have we talked about the GameStop wallet?
What about it? It's a wallet. What more do you want?
Yeah.
No, they
It's an app.
did an official iPhone release for the GameStop wallet. That expands the audience by a lot. It's the number 6 store. It's the number 6 app on the finance charts on iOS right now, and it was released at 4:00 last night.
It's a real surprise that they released an app for their GameStop wallet. I don't think they've ever talked about ever wanting to do something like that. So I think
They don't talk about their plans. They do it and then talk about it.
Is there any information
have
available about
materially
how much volume is using it?
The marketplace has volume statistics. You can see right on the homepage of the website. They'll show you the 24-hour and the 7-day volume for the top collections.
Well,
There's aggregates of it
pulled
too.
up. I just wanted to say good morning, everyone. Not gonna hold the mic long. But on GameStop, I do think it's pretty interesting that they're doing so much. I feel like whenever a company starts doing things that's not in the norm for them, that's when you should be worried about a company. So I don't know where GameStop is gonna go.
I hear you. The way this will affect the balance sheet, though, is they've been spending tons of money building out this blockchain team, and now the work's complete. So they're gonna. They said in their last quarterly they're focusing on profitability. They're gonna reduce SG&A. Quarter 3 is probably not going to be profitable. We're going to look for a reduction in expenses, and then quarter 4, the quarter where they make 75% of their annual revenue, is going to be profitable, and it's going to change the short thesis on it.
Every company says all that, and also they didn't even build a blockchain. They don't have their own blockchain.
No, they've released the marketplace in beta and now the wallet. Sorry if I didn't clarify, but they're calling their team GameStop Blockchain. So they're developing products that are built around blockchain technology.
The funniest shit I've ever heard in my life is, yeah, we're going to be profitable next quarter. Oh, by the way, next quarter we're not going to be profitable, but that last quarter we're definitely going to be profitable.
Well, it's seasonality. 75% of their annual revenue comes in the fourth quarter.
So which fourth quarter were they profitable with the positive seasonality?
Well, the last few they weren't because Ryan Cohen wasn't in charge. But now, going forward with Matt Furlong as CEO and Ryan Cohen as the chairman, they're geared towards profitability.
That makes absolute
sense. Ryan wasn't in charge?
What thing?
He took over in 2021. So he was, but obviously did not have much effect heading into 2021 fourth quarter.
What single
All right,
thing
who
will
had
make them
something to say?
profitable?
Sorry, I cut you off.
Just the last question. What single new innovation that they have brought would reverse?
Well, he's
No, I'm
He-
talking about margins on existing sales. I'm just talking about margins on existing sales. They're going to cut down on cost. Revenue will be as high as it ever is in the fourth quarter, and they'll have lower costs because they've been cutting bad stores and making other decisions.
Ramsey's not wrong. Like in general, retailers become profitable in the fourth quarter because that's when they sell everything. But it's the other 3 months where they 3 quarters where they bleed. So he's not wrong that they should probably go profitable. But it kind of ignores the fact that they've pushed all of this money, invested all this money into like something that really hasn't returned anything yet. And you could say like, oh, it's still a far way out, but they're burning through that $1 billion+ cash pile. I think it's under $1 billion, and we'll get an update how far they've burnt it down to, on the upcoming earnings call. But what about all of that money that they just, well, I would say wasted, but I think other people here would have a different opinion.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
it's a waste.
I would agree. It breaks down to your outlook on crypto, right? If you think that 2021 was all-time highs in volume for NFTs and the crypto space, then you're right. They probably wasted a bunch of money. But if we can agree that sometime in the future, who knows, 2023 to 2024, we'll see higher volume, they're primed to be there and take over that space.
Let's just be clear. Their NFT marketplace is not for Bored Ape Yacht Club. Their NFT marketplace is built to support Web3 gaming and in-game purchases. So you're not going to see a return on that. You're not going to see the point of what they've done until Web3 starts to gain traction and people are buying their skins with Ethereum and Loopring and then reselling them on the marketplace. That might be years out, right? But the fact of the matter is that is an inevitability, and GameStop is ahead of everyone in that regard.
Well, okay, so if GameStop is a Web3 play, why wouldn't you buy any of the other companies that are publicly traded that are Web3 plays?
Because they don't have 50% of the float direct registered with a potentially hidden massive short position. And that's literally it. Like if you're asking me, that's it.
No, I disagree.
I'd say it's also
Ryan
the name
Cohen
recognition
is
as well. I mean,
I don't think about a hidden short play is not a reason to invest. I think Ryan Cohen is aware of this situation and is in a position to capitalize on it as the chairman of the company.
So let me ask you guys a question. All right. Hypothetically, I'm the CEO of Activision Blizzard, and I'm just picking a random company. Don't focus on the company. And I've made StarCraft 20, and it's super popular, and I'm selling skins, and they're worth so much money. And GameStop comes up to me and says, hey, sell it on my NFT marketplace because reasons. Aren't I just going to go, but I'm already making my money? Why do I need to give you a percentage? Get out of here.
I can cover
what's
that.
going to make me want to use GameStop's marketplace when I can just sell them as DLC like everyone else always does?
No, I can cover that. And that's where their partnership with Immutable X comes into play. The whole idea of Immutable X is to work with the game developers and the development stage of the game. They want to tell them, yo, you make your badass in-game assets. You make your badass game. Let me focus on the in-game economics. So you don't end up in a situation where there's some crazy overvalued item or whatever the situation may be. We'll be the in-game economic experts. Your users don't even need to know they're using NFTs. We don't need to even use that word. We'll tokenize the assets, put them on the immutable blockchain, and help you roll out your game with a functioning in-game economy that's tied to this overall marketplace, which would allow for resale for the creators. So if you have a precedence where a game has higher resale volume than it did in initial sales, every game producer is going to want to be on here. That's the point.
I want to piggyback off what Ramsey just said is also brand recognition. Rad, speaking of like what makes people want to go to GameStop, it's the brand recognition. They've built a huge base and loyalty customer base that is now carrying them through these difficult times and hopefully into what's going to be a future of profitability. So like they've already got the name there. Once you've got a brand that's well known.
I'm sorry, are we talking about GameStop, the company that was like universally reviled for giving you $2 for your $60 game like 30 minutes after you bought it? That GameStop? That's the one with the brilliant brand name?
Can I just clarify something?
Sometimes just having the recognition is power in itself.
But again, like I get the premise because I've seen it work on Counter-Strike, but that works on Counter-Strike because Valve owns Counter-Strike, so they're reselling their guns through their own Steam store that they own, which is massive, and they can get away with that. I don't see how you're going to talk an Electronic Arts who has their own app to sell games, right? And could just add an NFT marketplace if they wanted to, and they've got a huge market share because there's EA Play and everything. Why are they going to go, no, I'd rather have GameStop do this and pay them a percentage for things that probably take my coders 20 seconds to make a different color of whatever skin that I can sell for whatever I feel like?
All right. Well, let me give you the counter argument. The user, the player that paid for $80 for Call of Duty and then however many Ethereum for another skin, they don't fucking need Activision's permission to resell that skin on GameStop's marketplace. They can resell it on any marketplace they want. That's the whole point of Web3 is you own the skin, not Activision. So they don't need partnerships with the gaming companies in order to fill their marketplace with these NFT, like in-game aftermarket purchases. That's what everybody's missing. Like,
So the players are going to go to the marketplace with their items.
It's a marketplace. It's not Activision or GameStop's marketplace. GameStop doesn't make games.
So again, if I'm EA and I want to make all my money, and it's like, hey, you're reselling your Call of Duty, which isn't even an EA game, whatever, your Battlefield skins on the GameStop marketplace, I can just say, hey, game skin sold on GameStop marketplace is a breach of terms of service. You have to deal with us. We will ban any player that we find doing that. Like, there are ways these guys can just not let that exist and make it their money. And I just feel like companies are going to make it their money.
Why would
just pay a middleman?
They're getting a piece of the royalties for every resale of that skin. They want those skins on every single marketplace selling at high volume because they're getting a piece every time it resells. Why would they restrict for people to resell it when they get a piece?
Well, leveraging.
If you limit it just to an EA marketplace or whatever, you're going to limit the customer base. If you can put it on multiple marketplaces, you'll increase the exposure of said skin, which means that there'll be an increase in people who desire said skin, which will
I think we all know how NFT marketplaces work and all that. What I want to know is how long until child labor gets involved. You know, get my kids to farm out, make me $20 a day, and farm some items.
How is this going to make the stock go up anytime soon? That's really all I care about.
Yeah, we're here to make money, so. The iOS
that's what we're here to do, make money? Man, I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah, speaking of iOS, I was going to bring that up. Like, doesn't Apple do that for all of their mobile games? Doesn't Android do that for all their mobile games? So I don't see what the big deal would be about getting partnerships going.
I mean, look, they released the iOS wallet. Pre-market price has barely moved. It's up like 2% after yesterday it was down like 6 or 8%.
It was close to 10, I guess. Just want to say too, in regards to the brand recognition thing, tell that to Bed Bath & Beyond.
Have any other plays for GameStop and or Bed Bath & Beyond, even though they're under the market cap too? I know we've been talking about this for about 20 minutes, and I appreciate the conversation, but let's find some plays here, gentlemen and ladies.
How about Tesla? Down 6.8% yesterday. There was someone here who had 180 puts.
Yeah, that shit must have printed yesterday because it got all the way down to 169.70 or some shit. Damn.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe if this is because Elon's selling, he would have to report that out tomorrow, right? Is the date that he'd have to actually show that this has been him selling, so he'd still have one more day to kind of push that through.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that he's broken the rules. I think he was also buying Twitter shares and failed to disclose that he was beyond the deadline that he needed to. So how much do you trust Elon, Reptile? That's a real question.
Oh, I'm not saying I trust him. I'm just saying, in theory, if this is him needing to sell for some type of Twitter cash build-up thingy, he could technically pull another day of this before he would have to report if he's doing the right thing and being honest, Elon. Like, he's still got a whole nother day of he can just kind of sell without saying anything, I believe. So I guess get puts, essentially, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What about Meta? Anybody got thoughts on Meta? Is it going to rebound, or are we still buying puts?
Here's a curious thought about Meta. I spoke to a couple of people who work for Meta, friends of mine, and they have a very serious discussion about the overvaluation of paid social and how much industries are paying to get their material seen. And the real argument, on their opinion, not the position of the company, is that there is a bit of overvaluation of the cost to advertise on their platform based on what industry you're in and how much you're getting at in terms of ROI and ROAS. So the real question is that as a huge form of revenue for the company going to hurt them in the long term when people start to realize that they're paying way too much and getting not enough?
You know, there was actually a guy who did this experiment on YouTube about basically paying for Facebook's innate advertising versus like buying it from click farms, and he was tracking where he was getting like his follows and stuff from. I can't remember the video, but the name of it, but what he found out was that it seemed like the same concept was happening, that the click farms that they were being generated from like India or somewhere like that weren't his market clientele. That's where he was getting all his likes and his comments and his follows from. And then it was pretty much the same across the board for when he was paying for it from Facebook. So I think you're onto something, or they're onto something about that too. I don't think that there's any benefit to advertising at all on Facebook. Anything.
Yes. The market experts are here.
If
So
you say
what does your friend do in Meta? Is he a security guard or what? And you trans species, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you run an online business, or did you work for one, like an e-commerce or whatever? Because I can tell you the answer. I mean, I know the answer already. It's no. Facebook has the best at how do you say that, conversion rate based on the how much pay advertisements you do.
Well, Instagram does actually, but
no, Facebook also does. It's the same fucking company.
To answer your question, he works in the division between customer service, but he also works with returns on paid campaigns.
So what? He's a customer service guy.
So he deals with a lot of the failed transitions. So if they have like they want X impressions or a conversion rate of X, whatever, he has to make good on all those and close those accounts out or offer more inventory based on how many fail. And he said there's a consistent pattern between how much you pay and how much you get. And it's always pretty much your expectation for your projection is always vastly undershot, specifically impressions. Conversion rate is kind of a wild toss up based on what industry you're in. But he said overall, because of the fact that so many people think they need to put their inventory on Facebook, the market keeps swelling the price of how much it costs to buy in. And you get this feedback loop where all the industries are cannibalizing each other's impressions and driving the price up and getting less for it. And it's not resolving itself. And Meta really can't do anything to stop it because they don't want to make less money using the service.
So what, I mean, everybody knows that I bought Meta at 170. I bought like a decent amount to buy a car or a small apartment, but it doesn't matter. The facts are the facts. Is there anybody in the audience that's a digital marketing specialist that can maybe elaborate more into the details? Because I'm a business analyst and a business development manager, and the only things that I know about is the
you don't want
impressions
to
that
hear
we
from the
get and the
marketing
conversion
people
rate.
because that's what my background is in, is journalism and marketing. So you can tell me that I don't know shit about what I'm talking about, but I can also say you don't know shit about
you
fuck.
don't.
So that's
No, but you
fine.
don't,
I'm
because you
telling you,
said
it's
that the
complete.
conversion rate for Facebook is small, which is a complete
Conversion rate is not what I was talking about. It's not just about the conversion rate on sales, and if you look at the percentage on
then
that,
what is it about?
It's about actually retaining customers. It's about like
retaining.
marketing is
so Facebook can guarantee you for you to hold the customers once they bought your product, right? So you sell a shitty bike and you advertise it and it gets to the customers and it's a shitty bike. What How does that have to do anything with Facebook?
I'm saying it doesn't get to the customer like you're thinking it does. You're saying that the conversion rate is your proof and that's all you need.
No, I'm saying the fucking IRL life is the proof. There isn't a social media company that's gonna convert your money into a paid customer as Meta is. Show me the stats. Like we have the
look,
I'm
I
not
think
saying that there's
from
a better.
Meta's
I'm not saying
perspective,
there's a better solution. I'm just saying that Facebook isn't all it's cracked up to be. That's you're mistaking my argument.
You based it onto one video that a guy put out with the click rates and whatever. Do you think that's true? Once you put something on once you type something in Meta or you talked about it, like the advertisements are targeted at you.
look, guys, it doesn't matter what happens at the micro scale or conversions or all this. What really matters in terms of valuing Meta is how many people are buying ads and how much they're spending. If their ad revenue goes down, Meta's a shit business. That's all that matters. If Meta can continue to convince people that it's a great place to advertise, then they'll continue to sucker people in and get them to spend money, whether they make conversions or not. So all you really need to do is look at the financials, and all the financials are telling you that growth in ad spend is weakening substantially. In some advertising companies, it's actually starting to dip, and that's why you're seeing huge layoffs. The biggest canary in the coal mine is obviously going to be Google. I don't think they've ever laid off employees, or they maybe done it like once or twice in their history. But recently, they mentioned that they were going to consider laying off 10,000 poor performers. And I mean, of a company of 125 or 135,000 employees, that's not so much, but it's a very big signal that ad revenue, which is their biggest, they're like 80 or something % of their revenue, is dipping. So if you see Google report numbers like that, Facebook's going to take a massive shit. Same with all the other advertising-based companies. That's all you really need to care about.
It's the same for everybody. YouTube also has a drop in ad rate. Like, show me a company that doesn't have that. How is that specific to Meta?
YouTube is also owned by Google.
Yeah, and it has a drop in advertisement.
For sure, yeah. So if you see any company report, poor ads, that reflects on the whole industry. Because like you said, right, it's all very interconnected through ad exchanges. It's a very competitive process to bid on ads, whether you're going through Facebook ad marketplace or Google's or whatever. They all work together to maximize how much money they can pull out of advertisers. And speaking of which, let's look at the flip side. We're talking about how much money companies are making off advertisers. What about the companies that spend a ton of money on advertising, like Coca-Cola, that now might be able to get sweetheart deals where they pay less for advertising? What about that? I mean, Coca-Cola is a pretty boomer thing to invest in. You might as well call me Warren Buffett for thinking about them, but they're going to be heavily impacted.
Well, right now, I wouldn't say that Coca-Cola is saving any money on advertising because they're one of the primary sponsors of the World Cup, which is going on right now. And they pay out the butt for that.
They also have very different objectives by doing their advertising and marketing versus a different company like sporting goods or pushing retail, based on the size and what their objectives are.
Yeah, so maybe that's a good point, Air Tyler. So we should look at maybe smaller companies. I can't recall if it was Monster or whatever company owns Red Bull, that they spend something like 20 or 30% of their revenue on advertisements. So take a look for whatever company has really high ad spend. And if you believe the adpocalypse is coming and all these companies, Meta, Facebook, etc., Meta, Google, etc., are going to take a massive shit, well, maybe the other side is where you should be looking. And to that point, does anyone have any plays for that? Any companies that spend way too much money on advertising as a % of revenue?
I think one thing you might want to look at is Acushnet and the golf sector as a whole. It had a tremendous growth over 2020 and 2021. I work in the golf sector. I work with these vendors every day. They tell me exactly what's going on. They had a glut in supply all throughout 2021. Now all those supplies have been satisfied back in the retail stores, and the retail stores are doing well. Dick's are doing good. But what we're going to quickly see as we get out of this year into 2023 is there going to be another equalizing period where the advantage that the retail stores had is now going to be fought against by the online retail stores. And what I've noticed is that they have been very careful with the marketing spend, specifically with us. When I'm meeting with Adidas today, and we're going to be talking about this very same issue. They're now starting to spend back in person. They're doing in-person marketing. They dropped the PGA Tour, the PGA show in February for 2 years, and now many of them are signing up for 3-year contracts because they want to be in person again. They're redirecting funds from their online marketing specifically to do in-person events, fitting events, and other materials of the sort, specifically because they think it has more impact and better conversion rates, and because they're competing with other vendors with the same products, for the same demographics, and not getting the same ROI. So just a thought.
Awesome, thanks. I think everyone's like taking a moment to like breathe in, because like the first 30 minutes of this call, holy shit, everyone was just pissed off at each other, whether it's GameStop or advertising. I think everyone needs to take a breathe. Well, yeah, I think we're here not to make love with one another, but to make money. So what plays do we have that hopefully won't get everyone pissed off? People are talking about Carvana in the comments.
I was about to say Carvana, they freaking took another jump, and my puts are back in the money. Well, it's not in the money, but they're profitable again.
I think you're in the same boat with a lot of other people. SSX.
Opinion, quick question. Do you have any position in GameStop versus Hungry?
Everyone always asks that. It's a great question. Thank you for asking. So this Carvana play,
Do you? You do not, right? I mean, I know your portfolio. You don't have it.
My positions are highly classified. It's protected by the FBI, by enterprise grade security.
He only invests in veteran-owned businesses. We all know that.
Actually, are there any veteran-owned businesses that are publicly traded?
Black Rifle is publicly traded now.
Oh, of course.
Oh shit! Black Rifle, really?
Yeah, I
What's
think
the market cap?
Didn't they IPO last year or earlier this year?
Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean it's a coffee place, so.
Yeah, I was so it. This is a coffee place.
That's actually not a bad play, because they are.
It's below the market cap, but yeah.
Oh, never mind.
No, it's because Opinion doesn't like veterans. That's why.
They're consistently opening new stores, like steadily, weekly.
Well, T-Prince, that's interesting, because like everyone's has been talking ever since COVID about the demise of brick and mortar, but I mean this just goes to show there are places that are rapidly opening up new locations. Are there any other retailers that are doing well? And don't say GameStop.
AMC.
Is AMC retail?
You gotta be.
Speaking of veteran, happy veterans, everybody. Veterans get a free quarter-pounder big bite, 100% all beef hot dog on November 11 at 7-Eleven. So it's available in store and via delivery through the 7.
Okay. So. All right. Please, my PTSD. Not from the war or anything, but just from that one talk.
I think it's hysterical if you say meta 3 times, Simple shows up to the talk. It's like magic.
You know what? We're not gonna go back to the topic, but I love this. Like I go into the comments and I read these kids' comments about like I'm shilling meta, I'm shilling this. Like I specifically said that I own shit ton of meta and I'm proud of it. That's all there is to it. Like
if we say meta 3 more times, can we make Simple go away?
Yeah.
Just brought up.
Yeah, we could bring journalists who would say Loose Ventures 3 times.
Oh God, please, no one else mention his name.
Don't do it.
All right. Let's get back to plays though. Okay, we've talked about GameStop for way too long. We talked about some retailers, some of which were above the market cap, and talked about Meta, unfortunately. But I know the market's bigger than that. There's other companies out there. We always talk about LNG. Thankfully, we're not talking about it today. Dole, Dunkin' Donuts, D-Nut. Mask, how is D-Nut? I don't know why I pegged you
I
as
don't
a
know.
D-Nut.
I didn't YOLO on D-Nut. I YOLO'd on Disney, and I ended up selling those shares at the recent peak at 106.
Yeah, same. Sold some puts yesterday.
Well, good that you sold at the peak instead of, down like everyone else.
Well, I mean, had I waited, I could ride this Bob Iger wave that's fucking rolling through right now. Hopefully, it gets past 108. But I'm glad I sold anyway because I don't think it's gonna get past 108. To be honest.
I got fucked on my Abercrombie and Fitch puts this morning, so that's good.
What was his name?
What? Whose name? What?
I believe he said the name of the people who did that to him, Abercrombie and Fitch. I'm guessing they had a good earnings report.
Yeah, they're up 20% pre-market.
Holy shit! Why? How?
They beat their earnings, but so my put expires next Friday. I have a really strong feeling that this is just like an earnings pop. I think they're going to dip again because I just don't think that they had as good of a quarter as their insight for moving forward is like kind of just hope and pray that the same thing works next quarter. And so I'm gonna hold the put. I mean,
What was their outlook? What was their outlook for next quarter?
$1.09 billion in revenue.
Yeah.
Look, I like you, friend, but a put against the stock that's 20% up after earnings with only a week left. I'm sorry, friend. I hope it works out for you, but that's going to be rough.
You think you might, after today, try to buy some puts as it slides back down, if it does slide back down?
That's what I'm saying. I'm, and thank you, Rad. Thank you. I have plenty of lube in case things go south. But as I was saying, I think that I don't know. I'm gonna hold it. I mean, it's already probably going to be worth virtually nothing when market opens this morning. So if this is just a pop, I'm going to sit and hold and hope that they have a drop either near the end of this week or next week. But we'll see.
What's the expiration date? What's the expiration date? What did you say?
December 2nd.
I love you, Nedley. I hope that works out for you. Sure. But I'm glad we finally have someone with brains on the call. Slut.
Anybody want to buy a put? No, I'm kidding.
Sure, because it's probably worth a lot less, and if it slides back down, I actually want to make money, unlike you.
There you go. Yeah. No, but so that was kind of where I was headed at after the big Target fiasco.
I think we're losing you. You said Target fiasco or what?
I don't know, but
don't tell me you bought calls on Target.
He's gone with the put now. We're gonna have to let him go.
Gone with the put. Slut was offering to fight anyone who
was bearish on Coke. Yeah, I was. That's my baby.
Are you holding Coke?
Yeah.
Don't answer that. There may be
Are
problems
you a
here.
cop?
I've been holding Coke since I first started investing. But I heard you guys talking about Disney, and I did some homework.
I've been holding Coke since the 80s, It was white.
I
Oh
think
wait.
Scald has
Ledley,
Coca-Cola too,
you're
don't you,
lagging
Scald?
the shit out of.
Disney,
Yeah, I've got Coca-Cola in the
Disney.
Boomer portfolio.
I'm holding Coke as well. I'm in Coke.
Yeah,
Nice.
I've got a Boomer portfolio too. It's like you gotta have your safe stuff, and then you gotta have your regarded swing trade stuff.
Exactly. All right, who's got DD on Disney? They mentioned, and they got.
I do.
Please.
Do you guys want to give me a minute? It's gonna take just a few minutes, I think.
Yes,
So
sir.
yeah. So Bob Iger is coming back. A quick reminder on him, he stepped down in February of 2020, but he stayed on as an executive chairman through December 2021. It's unclear how much influence he had retained. He announced he was leaving 2 years ago in the December of 2020. Then he finally stepped down in February. He actually picked the board himself, and he gave them too much power, and he hired politically charged people. And as much as I hate getting into politics and views, it really can't be avoided here. So the price action of Disney in March of 2020, which was the COVID crash low, it was $85.98. 1 year later, it was $197, and then today it's $97.58. So you would have made a lot of money if you would have bought at the COVID low, sold a year later, and then shorted it down to today. It has a market cap of $173 billion. They lost $1.5 billion in their streaming services, which is what set off all the alarms last quarter. They have Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Bob Chapek was, according to the social commentators, Bob Chapek was basically a scapegoat. He was fired because he was trying to lead the company out of being woke, but he didn't have the power because the board is the problem. He started purging and cleaning house similar to what Warner Brothers did. Zaslav, he went in there and what Elon did with Twitter, he just went in there and just started kicking people out. And he started with this guy named Peter Rice. I could not find any reason why he would fire Peter Rice in mainstream media, but the rumors that circulated was that he was in these groups that were trying to push agendas and stuff. Yeah, and I apologize if I'm offending anybody. But anyway, so Chapek couldn't take the helm because he didn't have the power to clean the board, which is the problem, which is why I think that Disney's problems are going to continue. If you guys, so a couple of things to remember is when the Don't Say Gay bill was going on, Disney workers walked out and started protesting Disney because Bob Chapek basically wasn't saying anything. He was just trying to run the company. He wasn't trying to get involved. But Bob Iger would have taken a stance immediately. So then you've got Kathleen Kennedy running Star Wars. Now Kathleen Kennedy is working on Indiana Jones 5, which according to screen tests is having a huge backlash. It ends, these are leaks, it ends with Indiana Jones dying and becoming a young girl, like through time.
Dude, come on, you're spoiling the movie.
You're right. Well, hey,
spoiler.
You had
What the heck, bro? You ruined Indiana Jones for me.
Well, it sounds terrible. And then they got the Star Wars Hotel.
This guy's unbelievable.
Star Wars Hotel is charging $749 per person per night, but their pricing's all over the place. I mean, I checked probably about 12 places, but they say but the pricing was different on all the websites because I think they keep on lowering the cost to try and get people in. But it's $1,209 per guest per night. But I found this. This is the latest. Check this out. A family of 4 in a standard cabin on Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser will cost almost $6,000 if you include the Hollywood Studios entry, Lightning Lane passes, and food. So it's very expensive. And then
So,
Disney.
I guess just long story short.
Yeah, one more.
Okay.
Disney commented to their investors that Magic key holders are an unfavorable attendance mix. So basically, they're turning all of their fans into enemies. That's it.
Nice. So wait.
So puts. puts, I would take this Bob Iger pump, and I would and I'm going to be buying puts at market open because I've been waiting a long time to go. I've been waiting a long time to go long on Disney.
And it's still not yet. You're not ready to go long just yet.
Nope, they need a bigger purge. They need to kick out more people. They need to do what Elon's doing, what he's doing to Twitter. They need to do what Zaslav's doing to Warner Brothers.
Yeah, but you don't think Iger is gonna clean house?
Iger made this problem, and then he set Chapek up to fail.
A good insight. A good insight.
We need Eisner back. We need to bring him back somehow.
So
You need to defile Walt.
if we're done with Disney, how are we feeling about the defense industry? I'm pretty bullish right now with NATO declaring Russia a terrorist state, multiple big names in United States politics talking
NATO
about
Assembly did that, not NATO. NATO
Correct.
hasn't
Well,
decided that.
correct, but also we have multiple United States politicians pushing to send U.S. military jets over there for them to utilize in Ukraine. And also,
They already said it. But do you think it's not?
They're Gen 4.
Yeah. Do you think it's not already priced in? Like this is all news. If you talk about it,
they're still sending a lot of their back. Like
Russia's
old
also getting
equipment.
desperate. They've had to borrow $12 billion from
Well,
their
here's
own people.
what I want to know. Everyone can look at the macro situation and say, "Oh, there might be war in the future," but what companies actually stand to benefit?
Lockheed
Martin.
Well, sure, there's the big names.
Guys,
There's
Rheinmetall.
the big names that
No. So the big names, yes, but there are a couple small names that you could think about. That's a massive name. Is the tooling industry? It's going to be a big win for that as well.
Would the company money that they make from a war be anything compared to the absolute tank the stock market is going to take overall from like if we're talking like NATO versus Russia type war? Are we really expecting, even if companies are making money out of this, that we're going to see stocks going up with all that panic?
No, it would
Earnings will. Earnings will.
Not involved. Their economy would boom because they won't be losing the manpower at their home. We would suffer. Every NATO country and Russia would suffer.
I have like 1% battery, so I got to say this real quick. Check out Rheinmetall. They're the German defense industry, and with Germany now spending 2% of their GDP on defense, they're now basically the third largest military spender on earth. Rheinmetall's a bit of a sleeper, and I think it's only upsies from there on that stock.
What's the symbol?
It's going to pump, dude. It's going to pump. I said I have 1% battery. 1 second.
What's the symbol on Rheinmetals?
he's going to go look for it and come back dead.
Okay, thanks.
Is it on? Okay. Rheinmetals.
Germany also gave or is offering Poland the Patriot system as well, so they're spending.
Well,
Yeah,
look,
they did that from the start of the
I
war.
don't know if anyone saw this, but Russia is considering a general mobilization by January.
Yeah, new one. Yeah, new. 700 people more.
Yep.
But look,
it trades under the ADR RNM.
So
I think his phone died.
I think he's gone. Yeah. Look, defense stocks are also like they're just like an easy sell during wars. Like everyone knows they'll go up. But what about the other stuff where I think there's more opportunity in whenever countries try to protect their native industry by creating protectionist kind of rules. So anything that certain countries feel might be a threat during war that are critical to them, they'll create huge economic incentives. And so whichever companies are involved in those industries are going to see huge windfalls. And those are harder to link the dots to. But if you pay attention to regulation and stuff that's in, that's being discussed in politics, then you might be able to glean some information from there. So I'm wondering if any of you guys have heard of that, or like with regards to this Russia situation, or historically.
If you, and I've said this before, but if you truly believe NATO's going to war with Russia, as stupid as a metal as it is, gold will pop because gold pops on massive world panic. It did at the start of the Ukraine war. It did on 9/11. It did at the start of the Iraq war. If you're expecting a NATO-Russia war, it's going to absolutely pop when everyone thinks they're going to die.
FOMO.
Okay, but listen to this. But what happens with the frozen Russian assets when there's billions in gold? If Russia loses and they offer it to reparation for Ukraine, the gold is going to go down then.
It will eventually go down, but when these initial things hit, just look at the chart for like any of the gold companies.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
It takes a huge
Yeah,
pop.
I agree with you, but this is the first time that we have like a frozen assets of a huge country in gold and in money outside of the country that can be sold for reparation.
If
That
NATO
didn't
goes
happen
to war
ever.
with Russia, you need to be looking at the defense spendings of neutral countries like Brazil or others that are just going to stay home and make their economy grow at the desperation of who's actually at war. So Switzerland, Brazil, these
Switzerland is
countries
also
that are
all good.
definitely not going to be involved are going to have the best economies during war.
One unexpected play regarding defense is that last week or Caterpillar won. Caterpillar is a CAT. They won a 1.2 billion contract from U.S. Defense Logistics Agency to provide construction equipment. So that's anyways, just mentioning that.
I like the cat. That's a great play for regardless of the outcome of the war.
I like Skillcraft. They make all the uniforms.
I worked for a company last year that handles all the rentals for Caterpillar equipment in the United States, pretty much like 98% of the market or so.
Is that Sunbelt?
No, it was integrated rental. It's not it's the software. So like all the rental places use a piece of software that is created by a company called Integrated Rental. I worked for that company for about 2 years or so. So I'm kind of like in the know about the whole Caterpillar thing. I don't know anything about them contracting or anything like that. But what I do know is what you guys are saying is right. Caterpillar is always a good play, specifically because they don't have a whole lot of competition in the rental market. So most of the people that are like renting these things on a daily basis are renting Caterpillars.
Scald's ticker symbol for that Rheinmetall is RNMBY. That's Romeo November Mike Bravo Yankee.
Thank you very much.
Glad we got the safe for work version this time.
I have a question on hospitality next year. The housing market's supposed to go crazy next year. And with all this news about war and the economy's recession possibilities and everything else, the house market's supposed to go down. Interest rates are supposed to go up. I mean, is the banks a good buy next year?
Like retail banks?
Like Bank of America, other larger ones that put out most of the mortgages.
I think that depends a lot on student loan debt.
I agree with that.
Their mortgage departments have been decimated this year, though. As far back as like January, February of early 2022, they were doing layoffs and not really announcing it. I know a lot of people that were caught up in that. So the banks are not faring well with the housing correction.
I mean, Bank of America has been up, 15% in the last 3 months, something like that.
Wasn't there also news that some of the banks are having trouble because of those significantly higher interest rates getting people approved for loans to get their houses?
Yes, but principals are supposed to go down. Even where I am in San Antonio, I mean, houses have went down 25 grand in the last 6 months.
I got a play that I was looking at for a long time now that I'm looking at. Dutch Bros. I don't know if anybody has an opinion on them or knows something about them, but they're
How's
growing
their
like
debt?
mad.
I remember the last
Yeah,
time I looked like six months ago. I thought it was pretty debt loaded. No.
yes. But the company's growing like crazy. So their revenues are up 53% year to year. They opened 40 new stores. Like it's the company is gonna hit 800 shops by the end of the next year. It really is growing like mad. The customer reviews are great. Everybody's loving them. Yeah, they are that heavy, but yeah, the income just keeps growing. The company keeps growing, and the product. I mean, at least from what I can hear from friends and people on Reddit, is great. That's one of the Go ahead.
You think they can kick Starbucks off of every corner in the street of the city?
I think there can be multiple companies in one area, just like in mobile or car manufacturer. Like, it doesn't need to be one.
What company was this?
Dutch Bros.
It's
Yeah.
Bros. Their ticker is Bros.
This is the coffee company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, aren't they a northern company originally? Like New York area?
Yeah. They're not everywhere, but they're spreading.
Yeah, there's been 10 this year open up in San Antonio.
Are they like a Starbucks where they kind of do their specialty fancy drinks, or are they more like a Dunkin' Donuts where it's just come in and grab a cup of coffee and go on with your day?
Like a Starbucks more so.
Simple. I missed the play, but are you bullish on Dutch Bros?
The valuations is really tempting now, but the general consensus is that the market is gonna crash at the beginning of the next year. So I'm not buying anything right now, but this is like really high up my radar.
Yeah,
The
they're opening
company,
up while everyone else is closing up.
yeah, the company is really something, like they're really gunning for it.
I think
So, yeah.
I think everybody's looking for an alternative to Starbucks, given all the stuff that's in the news, but there's no alternative.
Fuck Starbucks.
Yeah.
And with that,
Amen.
market is about to open. Do we have last minute plays? Or last
Anybody
second plays?
trying
We'll keep
to buy a Abercrombie and Fitch put?
Love
I'm
your
buying
pay
the dip on
stocks. Love
SoFi
them.
today.
Hearts
I
desire.
put DD for Nintendo in the Discord, stocks and options.
Oh yeah, Slut. That was great, DD, in the Discord. Thank you.
That's the bell.
All right. Now that markets are open, we'll just free talk it. Just invite everyone. Have a good time.
Opinion. So, three. I think we can all agree that there's maybe 3 or 4 stocks where everybody gets excited and shit talks. So
Sorry
it's Tesla.
to
Yeah,
shut
go
you
ahead.
down, Simple Vice, but Dutch Bros is straight trash, bro. Like,
oh
if they're
Keep an eye on it in February.
if they're a growth story, then I ask why. Like, I grew up in the Northwest. Dutch Bros was a treat. After church, man, so excited to have Dutch Bros hot chocolate. But when you travel outside of the Northwest, there's no fucking Dutch Bros to be found. And this is like at least 15 years ago. So my question, when you tell me they're growing like crazy, is like, why now? Why is Dutch Bros trying to expand now? What I think
I
they
don't-
stumbled
I don't
upon
get it.
what I think they stumbled upon is the fact that their stores did really well during the pandemic because of the small footprint. Most of the Dutch Bros you're gonna see expanding are basically like 20 by 10 kiosks with drive-throughs where most of the staff is standing the whole time. They don't want you sitting in their stores on your laptop for 3 hours like Starbucks. So I think that if the country goes back into a pandemic and we have storefronts closed, like, they're a quick and easy option, but it looks like they're spending growth money at the wrong time. And it's like, why now? Like, you're trying
They're
to compete
expanding
with
in the right
Panera.
states.
You're trying to compete with Starbucks. You're trying to compete with all these different places that do fast coffee.
Can I
don't
ask
get
you a question, the gentleman? So you like their product?
I I have nostalgic memories. I don't like the product now. Relative to what you get, it's overpriced. You can get better drinks at Panera, Starbucks, any one of their competitors for less. And Dutch Bros reward program relative to Starbucks is shit. Like they used to use a punch card. Now it's pretty much you're spending like upwards of like $40 to get a free coffee.
Yo, hello. I would, if I could just say a
Wait,
couple of things.
wait. Let me just answer them, Robbie. So
Yeah, I would. You said about.
Dijan, I think this is a clear case of somebody that I don't live there. So I just read the financials and I just read the reports and the earnings that they have. And from the looks of it, it looks really good. I would buy into them if the economy is not going into the direction that I think it's going. That's the I can't say anything about your opinion because it's your opinion.
Well,
But
I have
the
an opinion
financials
on it.
I got one quick question on this. Simple. Why would the short interest be 16.92% on Dutch Brothers? Any idea?
It's a healthy short interest. A lot of companies have it.
Not usually that high though. Usually it's single digits. Once it's over 10, it's a red flag, right?
Sorry, that was me after he said he was long Dutch Bros.
I don't get it.
I get it. That's fair.
I'm saying I opened up all the shorts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Good one.
Speaking of shorts, I can't believe I forgot to mention that Zoom died today. Well, I guess technically yesterday, but it was down like 8% on bad earnings.
Yeah, of course it was. It's never going to get more popular than it was during the pandemic. Hey, well, okay, you guys want to talk about Zoom more, but I got NXPI. I bought these shares of it because it got a 100 million tax break vote that was coming up last Friday. It got pushed out to December 15th. So I'm just waiting till that passes. They'll get $100 million tax break, and I'm hoping that the stock reflects that.
What's the symbol?
NXPI, they're a Texas semiconductor company.
And how do they benefit from the government contract?
They get $100 million in tax breaks.
What does that mean? They're going to get $100 million on their bottom line.
What's the market cap of the company? Like $100 million doesn't
billion
sound that much.
It's huge. It's a huge market cap.
For $43 billion company, $100 million is a rounding error.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything, my dude.
All right. Well, I thought it was going to be pretty cool. They're also expanding, and that's why I got shares because it's kind of a long-term thing. But I thought it'd be a boost.
There's nothing wrong with being long semiconductors, though.
Yeah,
True.
We all agree on that.
Yep.
I had a play I'd like to get some interest on.
Go.
All right. There's a company called PAR Technologies, and my short thesis is basically this company has software that goes right from the app on your phone to order at McDonald's to paying for the meal through the McDonald's system. They have technology in the back office, mainly fast food restaurants. And I know that up in Canada where I'm at, a lot of fast food restaurants are starving for employees. And it's one of the first times I've ever seen that in my area. And I think a lot of these companies are going to, with the shortage of labor, they're going to have to invest in reducing their costs. And this technology will do that, will provide reductions in costs almost immediately. Now, their price spiked in early 21 because they had a huge partnership with the former owner of Panera Bread. I guess that's a restaurant chain in America. Anyways, so since then it's dropped down well below, almost pandemic levels. And its short interest is at 22%.
What's the
And
stock?
that's
I'm sorry, I'm not following. What stock symbol, please?
PAR.
Thank you very much.
So are they providing like an online mobile order type system to streamline, or
They
is this like those kiosks that you see at restaurants where
So they
like, you can go
provide
and order?
everything from the point of sale terminal in the restaurant to the staffing management of the restaurant, metrics to the owner on staff, inventory levels, everything, and the app part, the app for consumer rewards programs. And they have partnerships with McDonald's, Yum Brands, everything. I mean, they have over
Are you saying
100,000
that
locations.
they run Panera's rewards program right now?
I think so. I mean, they have an app called Punch, and Punch is on 58% of all mail phones in America. So they have a market share already on 58% of all the males in America have apps
I've never heard
on
it.
their phones.
Yeah, how is there an application I've never heard of that 60% of my peers have?
It's running in the background. So the McDonald's rewards app would be using PAR technology.
So
The-
they basically put hidden apps on all of our phones, and that's the sales pitch.
I've got the McDonald's app. Okay.
I didn't sign that.
Okay, hold up.
Exactly.
You're saying that I have this software on my phone if I have the McDonald's app on my phone.
We're talking the IT structure for McDonald's side of the business. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's back office savings for
That's
them.
pretty big. That's pretty big.
Yeah,
Now-
I got the McDonald's
No,
app.
but what's the name of the app that you said everybody has?
So they have this technology. It's called Punch.
No, but what was the app that you
Okay,
said?
simple.
So
He's saying, hold up. What he's saying is that we all have that McDonald's app, right? McDonald's, the application on the back end uses this thing called Punch. We are not using it, but because we all, is that right? Am I right?
What's a rate?
This
Yes.
sounds like
we are.
Discount Square.
It's a lot like Square. Now, this company is doing a revamp. Basically, since 2018, they've switched over and pumped up a lot of their software business. So now they're making their software sales are now into the 60 to 70% range of their total revenue, and the margin on the software is much higher. They have a base contract, probably about 25 million of their revenues comes from Department of Defense contract, long-term contracts doing monitoring, surveillance. You're right. Now, they have good backing and a good track record. And right now, next year, they're saying that they're going to hold their costs at 22 levels. So into 23, their revenues are going to go up while their costs are going to go flat. And their short interest is 22%.
18.27% short, which I think is fucking high, isn't
What's
it?
the
And by the
ticker?
way, their 52-week low is $20.37 on 11/9. So a week and a half ago, they hit their 52-week low. Why do I want to own this stock?
I think what happened is around 21, when it dropped, it was right after they had a huge influx of shares. They did this preferred share structure with, I think, one of their partners, and that dilution, and then the Fed probably caused the price to drop. Does that make sense?
So they had to raise cash.
I'm just guessing.
Hold on. So they had to raise cash. So how's their balance sheet looking right now after that raise?
I think it's looking pretty good. I'd like someone else to look at it besides me. The short interest to me is confusing, but it makes sense if people were buying them back, when it was $50 or higher. That's why the short interest is so high.
It's more the 52-week low that bothers me, right? That and the fact that the volume is so low. So it's a 509,000 share volume per day. So that's nothing, right? I mean, that's like a few million, several $1 million worth of value.
How much? What did you say? I'm not near PC. 50K per day or what?
The volume is
we
low.
said 500,000, 509.
Yeah, 509,000 is the average 10-day average value.
What's the ticker here again, guys?
PAR.
PAR.
So this sounds like it's tying in with the idea that people's information is getting there's less demand for people's information.
No, I think this is tying into the idea of restaurants are going to be a lot more technologically advanced, requiring less workers, more machines, and they're all going to have to invest in this, or have to upgrade their back office functionality so that it all connects together. And I think they're going to do that over the next year.
For error.
I would suggest anybody that has a Panera near them, go check it out. Because what he's saying about the short labor staff for Panera is true. Like any Panera you go to, they have like 3 or 4 of those kiosks and maybe like one person at the counter, because a lot of the orders are just getting sent back to the kitchen. So it's really like the indecisive people that want to ask questions about, oh, what is fresh? Like, what's the sourdough? Like, blah, 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 and chat and shit. Versus like the people that are just coming in to get drink, soup, coffee, or pick up to go orders. It's much quicker.
Are you saying this is the software that's on the fucking McDonald's kiosks?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
No, come on. You can't say you think so.
McDonald's app. Yeah.
I need.
Yeah,
we need to be sure, but
I mean,
right, for real.
I can't tell. I mean, it's the back office software, right? So McDonald's takes it, they twist it and move it around. They don't say, then they don't stick a sticker on it and say this is par.
Yeah, but does company say McDonald's is our partner? Like that's a pretty big deal, you know?
Yes. I've gone through the list of clients. Okay, Yum Brands, McDonald's, Dairy Queen, California Chicken, CKE Restaurants, Carl's Jr.'s, Denny's, Hooters, Quiznos, Smoothie King, TGI Fridays. They have over 100,000 restaurants.
A lot of us sleep outside of, in front of.
Yo, is Wendy's in the list?
I have not seen Wendy's. Maybe that's a potential investment.
There it is.
Wait, Yum Brands is a parent company of who?
That's Taco Bell,
Jack in the Box,
Pizza Hut, KFC.
These are all companies that have this backloaded just to data log.
No, okay. They're companies that have software from PAR. Okay, so they may only have the point of sale system, and now they may upgrade to an app system, and that's where PAR would get more money.
So I think the play here, just let me make sure that I got the right idea. It's the self-checkout kiosks, right? Like the whole idea is that we're moving more towards people don't want to work in these restaurants. You certainly don't want to be a cashier at a McDonald's if you're 25 years old. And so they're building these kiosks. We've all seen the kiosks, right? The Subway has the kiosk. You don't even talk to somebody at the drive-thru at Subway. And so if all this software is that, then yeah, I'm bullish as fuck, but we need to confirm that.
Not a lot of players. Their competition is Square, but there's not a lot of competition that's specifically in the fast food restaurant and on the corporate level, in the sense that they sign deals with McDonald's Corp and implement everything everywhere.
Yeah.
Square is more of a local businesses.
Big companies, but Square is reliable as they get the small businesses that can't really get the money to do credit cards and stuff. I mean, PAR sounds like they can come up from somewhere, but Square is a tough competitor.
I don't how much exposure
closest
does
competitor
Square have to the business to business end, right? Like this to me sounds like you have stumbled upon like the actual business to business company that handles the point of sale system originally, like that software, but now is offering some sort of upgraded package to offer these self-checkout kiosks such that, I mean, that's what we're demanding. That's what the world is demanding today. So that's a big fucking deal if that is what it is. But it's like I said, we need to confirm that.
But it sounds like so the value is that they've created the point of sales terminal, the kiosk at like places that you can go in, and like Panera Bread's been mentioned, where you go in and just, that's the only way you can really order a sandwich, right? Or at airports, a lot of, if you travel a lot, this kiosk has been around forever. But anyways, I don't think there's anything proprietary about that, right?
I think it's also from what he's saying about the rewards program, a lot of these places are going towards rewards to get you to give them your first and last name, your email, your phone number, and then they're tracking your purchases with you having the incentive to get free purchases or discounts. That's McDonald's whole strategy now. That's been Starbucks' strategy. That is Panera's strategy now. They basically fucked up and gave this offer for like an entire year where you could get coffee for free just because they were trying to get people to switch over to their drinks. So you could just sign up 3 months at a time using different email addresses and phone numbers and just have like free Panera coffee for a year. And it was clearly like just all customer acquisition and trying to get more people onto their rewards program. So I just want to know the rewards program connection and the software connection, because then they're sitting on all that data.
Sounds like we have a lot of homework.
Well, I'll add a couple of more points. I'll add a couple more points. They have good size inside ownership. They have some big pension investment funds. ADW Capital is one of their big holders, and he has almost $30 million in this company. And it's basically recovered from 2018. In 2018, they had a CEO that was investigated for fraud. They had all this shit happen, and this CEO came in from the board to fix it. And basically, he wanted to buy their software company before he became the CEO. He's now the CEO, and he's turning the company into a software company. They have $72 million of their revenue comes from long-term government contracts, and the rest of it is restaurants.
Quick question: what's their employee count?
And is the company profitable even?
That's where I'm at. They're not profitable. I think next year they will be, but I'm kind of a little naive in that how to move on from this point. I know now, I don't know what to do with it.
It was kind of touched on, but I think the big caveat there is that there's nothing unique here, and you have increased competition in the space. So like Square, Toast, they're doing something similar. I like Square because they also have Cash App and the focus on the mobile payment side. So like at the farmer's market, everyone has one of those little squares to take your payment.
Does DoorDash use that software?
You're right. DoorDash and all the apps will connect into PAR's apps. So this is the restaurant side of their technology. It connects. The whole thing PAR is going to do is streamline that all for the restaurant. And Toast and Square are definitely rivals.
Big thing.
Toast and Square are rivals.
With the DoorDash.
From the government. So Simple, shut up for a second. I want to hear what he says about Toast and DoorDash.
Okay, so this is what I found out about the difference. Okay, Square is a small business merchant, small restaurants. Toast is the same way. They're targeting smaller restaurants, unique small businesses, and they brag about how most of their revenues come from small businesses. Well, I think over next year, small businesses will have much harder time making ends meet, especially if they don't invest in technology right now. And PAR's advantage is they're corporate and fast food. The fast food fast food oases are everywhere, in the sense that that's the only thing we're going to be able to eat, especially over the next 5 years.
So let me ask you this. I have a.
Sorry, guys.
Go ahead.
Can I speak? I don't mean to be rude. I worked in the IT space for like a payment processor vendor, and I'm not sure if anyone mentioned this, but NCR is like a big provider for point of sale displays. They have like a large, kiosks. They range from different, sizes and form factors, if you will. And I think they have a pretty big lock hold on this market. And so I know that, anecdotally, I was working with a military contractor at the time, but I know that at Target and Walmart, I've seen their, hardware solutions available at those localities or at those retail spaces. Sorry, just want to put that in there.
So there's a small Chinese restaurant near my house, and it's delicious, but it's like low key. It's not a chain restaurant. It's just a family that does the thing. They get phone calls all the time while I'm in there, and it's from DoorDash, and they're automated phone calls. So like, it's literally constant. That phone is constantly ringing, and when they pick it up, it's on speakerphone, and it's like new order from DoorDash, one order of Kung Pao chicken, or it's like all automated. Is that what this software is doing, or do we have any idea?
I think the software is a package they're giving the business. And they're saying, okay, look, our software will say when DoorDash provides an order, it shows up in our software like this. It connects to your kitchen to tell them to start to make it. That's what they're bragging about, is the fact that someone can make an order on the app, through voice, at the store, at the cash register, and the businessman can see and monitor all this.
Okay,
and that's what they sell them, is a software like that.
They have all that. Pizza Hut's had that kind of shit for like.
And Pizza Hut is one of their customers.
Yeah, that's what we're saying here, is that like what are they already using? And I think what he stumbled upon is what they are already using. And I think the discovery is that they are now offering a new service that are these kiosks that we see in McDonald's now, like these new, people are struggling with this, and we see videos all over the place. And I saw one the other day that was like blue screen to a Windows thing. So like, they're happening. If this is what that is, then it's a big deal.
And then the other thing is their Punch app. Their Punch app has such a huge coverage. 58% of all men have software from Punch on their phone. Now that means they can go to a client and say, you guys want to offer a free coffee? Well, it works best if you do it every 5 coffees, or you do it every 10 or whatever, and it can give the restaurant owner exactly the information. I mean, they got to get a ton of data from that.
And that's the kind of shit that brought Zuckerberg, and it's going to bring these guys down, frankly. The fact that they have that, and they're actually going to market, and that's exactly what Facebook does, right? They say, hey, we can give you this exact population. I mean, not just, obviously sex is the highest level, but then breaking it down. This is where the guy drives to every day, blah, blah, blah. All that data is, they're going to crash and burn over that. That's my prediction.
The tech bubble burst is all from promises that can't be done. That's where all this tech crashing is coming from. They make promises and they never fulfill them. So everything sits there.
From a standpoint, though, there's no
Can we get the
going to hold
tickers
up.
again and probably move on? Because I think
the ticker is PAR. I'm curious if they ever said when they would be profitable. That would be my concern.
Their last earnings call was pretty good. You should listen to it. It goes into the margins for next year, etc.
Someone in chat posted that they said they expect 10% growth for the next 3 years, but not to reach profitability until after those 3 years.
Yeah, I'd pass on that one.
So it's a 4-year play.
It's a long play either way.
Maybe, if somebody doesn't come
Long
and
and
takes the
risky.
market away.
The
But
market
point
is
that I was
currently
gonna
dominated
say
by
when-
PAR, though, in the U.S.
The thing that I wanted to say before Ben shouted at me and hurt my feelings is the thing with DoorDash. It's a basic API integration. Every company has it. In Europe, there's tons of providers that do that same thing. So it's nothing special.
I'm looking for the API on the back end, right? Like, there's got to be a company somewhere that has these like extensible APIs that anybody can call into and provide an order or something like that for this to work the way that it is. And I don't know if that company is public or what, but to me, that's why all this is interesting, is because there has to be an integration somewhere that's taking all this stuff and putting it together. And that integration has to be ambiguous, right? Somebody.
You have so many companies. So Delivery Hero does that in Europe. Volt, which DoorDash bought. There's so many delivery companies that have that APIs that integrate into the cash register and just take the order from the app to the restaurant. Like it's an old technology. It really is.
That's not necessarily true.
It is. I
Anyway,
worked in the management
anyway,
of one of those companies. I'm
I
telling
think
you.
Well, that was what the CEO was saying, was that overall the technology in restaurants right now are at the 2000 level. They're using technology
Yeah.
from 2000, and
Yeah.
he says they need to jump. There's a technology jump happening.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're watching it happen. But to my point, I think we've got all the information that we can about the thing, and we're kind of just speculating at this point, right?
Can I get a
Yes. Let's move on.
Par's been in the US since like 2006 in every restaurant. And now they do clock-ins for the employees with thumbprints. That's their latest upgrade to their like McDonald's systems.
I think we're all. I just don't know. I think we're all also hesitant.
I'm still struggling with the punch app that he said that 80% of people have. I found it hard to believe, but yeah, we can move on.
It was 58%.
58.
so-
Yeah, that's a
Of the
crazy
male
amount. No,
population in
I get,
America.
I get what he said. I know the back end. I get it, but it's crazy amount.
You'll have to look at the news release. If I find it, I'll post it.
I mean, I feel like that can be easily true if every McDonald's app and Pizza Hut app and all this stuff uses that thing. I know I've got the McDonald's app and the Pizza Hut app on my phone, and I feel like most of us probably do.
So you're telling me that a company that we never heard of has the 58% of every male
Absolutely.
in the
That's-
United
All right,
States?
well, let's do this. How about we pick one or two champions from this conversation, and we come back at like, say, I don't know, 5 p.m. today. We all do our research and we talk it out. We decide whether it's a good idea or not.
Oh, that'd be great.
Is anyone down for that?
I don't hate it. I would like
don't.
that the company that I mentioned that I was working for earlier, the integrated rental company, Simple, that company has about 98% of the rental market for Caterpillar. And so I'm confident that nobody in this meeting or whatever has heard of that company, but yeah, like they pretty much handle rental for Caterpillar. And so it'll happen.
But you're
The point that I'm
talking
trying
about
to make is
the
that-
industrial vehicles.
Right, but it'll happen, right? The idea that a company behind the scenes that nobody has ever heard of handles a massive amount of business, it happens.
I see one comment saying great idea. What company should we do it for? Punch or Caterpillar?
No, par. It needs to be par.
Par?
Yeah, because if this really is like this, like why wouldn't anybody buy them? Like the company is worth 600 million. If this is the truth that they have 58% of males in the US and their data, why wouldn't Meta or whatever company just go in and scoop them? It's 600 million. It's nothing.
Okay.
That's
So
why I find it hard to believe.
Par Technologies today at 5 p.m. Who's coming? Who's speaking?
We can leave it for tomorrow's conversation. Why not?
5 p.m. what, Eastern time?
Yeah, Eastern. If we
It'd have
leave
to
it
be
for
a little
tomorrow-
later. I could probably be 7 p.m. Eastern.
Let's just
All
leave it for
right.
tomorrow, opinion. Like a topic
Well,
for tomorrow.
I think the topics for like in the pre-market talks are getting like a little bit too cluttered. So maybe we separate it out where if we find one topic that we're really into on the pre-market talk, I mean, do a whole separate talk for it. Or are you just sad because you're going to not be awake at 7 p.m. Eastern?
Opinion, what if we did it after tomorrow's pre-market talk, so it's not messing with the pre-market talk, but it's in a time where people will be, the same people who are listening now would likely be around.
Okay, after market talk tomorrow.
So this time tomorrow.
This time tomorrow. Well, I think we should do it in a separate
Slow
talk,
down.
like end the talk and then start a new one or something like that. So that's why I didn't want to say like do it in the extended period.
Did you guys like me rattling off all those notes for Disney?
I did. That was interesting.
Great,
it was
great addition.
They're
did feel
down.
a little bit like
It's working out.
Oh, so something completely tangential to Disney, but ever so slightly related. There's been some increased buying on WWE, and there's some rumors going around about potential acquisition of it. And the way it's tangential to Disney is Disney adding it to its ESPN Plus is one of kind of the little rumors being spoken out about there. There's a lot of content that they would get out of it. The other name has been Amazon that's been floated around, so it's something to keep an eye on. But because they have the whole back catalog, they have all of WCW as well. There's a lot that would be added to ESPN Plus that would bring value if Disney did
Reptile.
acquire.
Who bought in? I don't see any inside buys in WWE.
I've just been seeing little bits of purchasing coming in that looked a little weird. I'll have to get it together for you.
Wouldn't that be a huge acquisition? Like
It would be a
lot of
very
money?
big acquisition, but it would come with a lot of. By the way, I'm not saying that Disney is the one buying in. I'm saying that people with money are positioning, assuming that someone like Disney might buy in.
It's
Just to
only
clarify,
Disney.
I'm not.
Only Disney or Netflix or whatever, but yeah, nobody else. Who the fuck is gonna buy them?
Amazon could add it onto their
True,
services.
true. Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
But yeah, they've got all of WWE and WCW, so and that whole back catalog. There's a lot of stuff in there that like an ESPN Plus would bring value to it.
I could see Disney doing it. They like to collect IP, and that's a lot of IP.
And there's a lot of action figures to push.
6 billion market cap, big company.
Yeah, they would love some action figures, just more and more stuff to put on some show.
Think about how many films they could make just off origin stories of wrestlers.
Yeah. In fact, the crossover between that and like superhero kind of thing. Yeah, all day.
Where's the Hulk playing all this?
Oh, could you imagine this
Hulk is
weekend
a woman.
Triple H versus the Hulk? I'd watch the crap out of that.
Yep.
Hulk is nowhere, man.
So there's going to be a whole new squad of superheroes that aren't really superheroes. It's just like hardcore wrestlers that fight people like the Hulk. It's
Like
Disney.
robots.
Yeah, it's definitely Disney. I think we can all just bet on it being Disney taking the wrestling. I'm about it.
But on a serious note, it's a bit speculative, but they've got a lot of content that not just the Disney, like I said, like an Amazon would be happy to add to their catalog, and I think would bring a lot of value.
But doesn't this play into the metaverse play where they were talking about mixed martial arts and stuff being available to be viewed, from home on your headset?
I think the question is whether or not Facebook can afford it now. Like, can Meta even afford it?
No, they're not gonna buy WWE. If they're gonna buy anything, it's gonna be UFC. It's similar value to WWE.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The UFC play that Meta. Yeah. So does this play similar, right? This would be Disney play it competing with what Meta's doing with.
No,
but I don't think anybody's gonna buy anything now. I don't think the market is right to buy anything now.
I agree with that.
Acquisitions, like who the fuck is gonna acquisition now? They can get the same company for cheaper, like Elon. If Elon waited like a couple of months, he will get Twitter for 20% off.
Yeah, Elon.
Nobody's gonna buy shit now.
Yeah, but he also raised money in an up environment. Like he raised enough where if he tried to raise that same amount in a down market, I don't think he would have got as much support. So he kind of played the middle there.
Everybody would take Elon's money if Tesla is collateral. So I don't know, but I don't think we're gonna see any big acquisition. That's all I wanted to say now.
Pregnant pause.
So can I propose a company for?
Of course.
Uniper from Germany. It's looking very interesting.
Symbol?
Couple of
stock symbol?
Uni 01.de.
Hey, yeah. Does it have a U.S.? It's not traded on the U.S. markets?
I have no idea. Maybe it is.
What's the name of the? How do you spell the name of the company?
Well, hang on. What's the
Uniper.
market cap? Is this hitting 500,000?
It's 2.4 billion. It's the biggest energy supplier in Germany at the moment.
2 billion, you said, right?
Yeah, 2 billion.
Okay,
and
go.
it dropped heavy from 40 euros per share. It dropped to 3 in the past year, and now
Whoa.
it's bouncing.
Don't sound too excited.
No. Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's looking pretty interesting. And
Are you just looking at the chart, or is there some kind of catalyst? Or are you
the chart and the news, the war looks like it's coming down. I don't know. I have to dig in some more. I don't have really so much time on my hand.
So what do they
But-
specifically do that you feel the war could help make their business more profitable?
First of all, the German state got involved and bought some shares, and they tried to save this company. So I'm thinking it's way undervalued at the moment. That's all my DD. I was just asking you if you guys know anything about this company.
Well, it's usually hard to just come up and ask if anyone knows something about a company because there's so many.
I got a question for you though. The NSFW, I clicked. I can't read your profile. It's not safe for work. Then I had to go through that. What's up with your profile, Diamond?
I don't know. It's just a shitty profile. I've been a lurker since 2018 on WallStreetBets. I just made this profile. I don't really care about it.
Yeah, I don't know how Reddit does that. Slut Spoiler, though, are you there? I wanted to ask you, would you be down to do like a one-on-one or one-on-few talk on Disney later today?
Oh boy. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not totally prepared for it. It's on my watch list, but I don't have all the numbers.
No, fair. I want to have a cage match with someone. Someone pick a stock.
What do you mean a cage match?
Well, I mean, not what you're thinking. Like we're both still wearing clothes, but like,
it was a WWE reference.
I mean, you just like start up a Reddit talk, have like a couple people up there who know stuff about a certain stock, and then just go at it. I mean, it'll probably be pretty peaceful.
Look, I'm willing to talk
it's a square circle.
I'm willing to talk uranium to the 3 people here who would listen, but I try to keep it away because there's about 3 people who will listen.
I love uranium.
Yeah. No, let's do uranium.
I love Uranus.
I would like to listen to the uranium talk for sure.
I'll talk about it.
So we got
about
4
4 people?
uraniums and 1 Uranus.
I'm in for uranium.
I was wondering if you guys had ever heard of thorium as an alternative.
Yes, and it's awesome.
Hey,
Great
speaking
fuel.
of, we were talking about semiconductors earlier, and I wanted to come back to it because the other day, a couple of weeks ago, maybe we had that dude that was in here talking about, I think, Intel making semiconductors from something other than silicon.
That was me, and I was accused of trying to pump TSM.
What was the material?
A $500 billion company.
What was the material?
It's called cubic boron arsenide.
So, do you know anything else about that, Sam?
That was a great talk.
Yeah, it's 10 times more thermal capacitive, so that means that it cools faster. And it's also a better semiconductor for electrical conductivity than silicon, maybe like twice as fast. So if you can run a chip hotter, you can run a chip faster. This is really important because the fastest chip wins. It's like a space race kind of thing. So if you have a faster data processing chip, you can beat your enemies or whatever in cyber warfare. There's a lot of military applications for it. There's a lot of data processing applications for it. This is why Google is setting up next to the plants that are going, the foundries that are getting built up in Ohio. Google and I think, I don't want to misspeak, but it's Google, maybe Yahoo or something. They're setting up next to these foundries because they want their data processing center right next to them.
Did you say for Intel?
Yeah, so Intel's building them. They'll be done in a year, so that's when the play is going to be ripe. I think that I think they're tanking Intel stock so they can make it cheap so they can start buying on the inside. This is going to be something that's really politically charged, and I think Biden's got a chip embargo that's out right now. He's allowing everybody. I've been doing research, so Biden's chip embargo that's going on right now. He's allowing everybody who signs up for the license to deal and wheel whatever they want, which to me seems like he's just trying to get the processes in place and the bureaucracy in place. Because once those things come out, like, he's going to clamp down on them. The second, I don't get excited often, but this is really exciting to me. The second that chip comes off that assembly line, the first chip comes off the assembly line, every other chip in the entire world will be 5 to 10 years behind.
So they'll be Apple pretty much.
Apple's so Apple is so this cubic boron arsenide, it finally came to like a prototype tested, and it was a success. Literally the next 3 days, Warren Buffett buys into TSM Semiconductors, and then the next day after that, actually same day, post market, Apple announces that they're going to start buying chips domestically. Well, that's not a coincidence. So Apple's going to be buying chips from the Arizona and Texas, Arizona chips, which are owned by TSM, who's partnered with the University of Houston and these Texas Semiconductors. And the University of Houston is the one who tested the prototype.
Yeah. So they wiped out their arms division or something, is what you're saying?
What?
Or like,
I think this is like a Manhattan Project level thing. I think what's happened is
yes, it is.
Like the China threatening Hong Kong has made us realize that there's a national security issue with semiconductors, and so we have two things happening domestically. We both want semiconductors home, but we also want some new material because also silicone is becoming scarcer, and it's mostly controlled by these countries that are not allied with us.
Yes,
and so
just
this is a play. This is like a national security play, man.
Yeah,
So I have a
well,
quick
it's not just
question
national
on it.
security. It's going to be in phones. It's going to be in data processing centers. It's going to be in server farms. It's going to be in everything that highly demands it. I think that Biden is going to allow China to have the Taiwan semiconductors, and they're going to have the silicon-based chips, whereas America is going to keep the cubic boron arsenide chips home. Now, I'm speculating, of course. I talked about this. I'm really excited about it. Time needs to pass, and we need to see this technology advance and really prove itself. That's why I haven't written a DD or anything on it, but I'm waiting patiently.
So, Intel question for you, because hopefully you can answer. What is for the short term, what is your feeling on the fact that they're a company whose shareholders very much expect that dividend that they keep paying, but also a company that's becoming very dependent on the government throwing money at them, which they're then turning into a dividend that gives a pretty bad image in the short term?
I think the key to that statement is becoming. They have been government controlled. Like the whole reason that all this exists is because of the government, right? Like when GPS came out and computers were rolling out and everybody was moving more towards technology and war machines were more computerized and stuff like that, Intel played a big role with the government in getting all this shit built. So this idea that today is different, it's not. It's the same thing. In fact, they're just making a new play to build new shit.
Right. So the thing is, I think that they are crashing Intel stock so that they can boost it back up so they can buy low, sell high.
What I was saying is like, so are you saying that Apple's going to struggle again because they're moving away from Intel?
There's a well, they're not moving. Well, I don't know if they're moving away from Intel
Because that's how I
completely.
thought they did it initially, but I don't know. I was drunk talking to my friends about it, but you know,
Intel's kind of in everything. They make the fastest processors. Apple has announced that they're going to be buying chips from Arizona, but that doesn't mean. Well, I don't know what that means. That there's a lot of chips in their phones, right? So they'll probably be buying the big chips from Arizona.
So
I was gonna
think about it.
wait.
What are
I'm
we
trying to
seeing?
wait. One more thing. Is that this chip embargo? Intel is the only one who's allowed, who's on the whitelist there. So AMD and Nvidia don't have it, but I'm suspicious about AMD because the CEO, she's on the board of the science and engineering consultants to the president. So I think that she might work her way in there.
What company was that? NVIDIA?
Sue. Well, Nvidia's in trouble.
No.
AMD.
Which one has the person on the board? Was it NVIDIA or Intel?
AMD. It's
Oh, okay.
Why is her name escaping me? Sue Bay. So yeah, I looked at the White House like board of directors and stuff, and because I wanted to cross reference who was on the science and engineering board because I was looking at the semiconductor goal of the future, and I found some very interesting notes. And one of those notes in this like 500-page document was saying that they realized that making transistors on a silicon chip smaller is reaching the end of innovation. So they can't pack more transistors per cubic inch on a chip anymore. So then on a silicon chip, which is inferring that they have a new material out there that they're going to try and pack transistors on in order to move forward scientifically. Yeah. So there you go. And you can look that up, and it's in my profile. I got like some scratch paper that I'm starting on this DD, but like I said, we have some time before these foundries are finished.
So I've been in this industry for about 15 years. I'm about it.
This is probably going to be one of the biggest plays in history, and maybe I'm lying. I don't know.
What's the resistance on the material? Is it that much like less resistance than what they're using now? Is it gonna be?
I know what you're thinking, but it's not. It doesn't really work as far as resistance. Semiconductors you can think of as like a nonlinear device, it's more like a light switch, and you put like trillions of light switches all wired up in different ways. And these things, not only can they switch faster, they can also operate in harsher environments. So the hotter you get these light switches in this array, right, the worse they work. But now if you make them out of a better material, you can get them the same heat and they still work fine. As a matter of fact, if you cool them down, sometimes they'll have chips and they'll put them into like liquid nitrogen and they'll work really, really, really well because they love being so cold. So if you can find, so silicon's kind of reached so here's what's going on. We've done all the research and development on developing chips and architectures and making them down to 6 nanometers, down to theoretically 2 nanometers, which I have my doubts about. And now that now that America has gotten Taiwan to do all this legwork, we're going to just be the magpie on the buffalo, if you guys know that story. And we're just going to jump off and we're going to just stand on the shoulders of these giants. And we're going to have American supremacy with these super high-speed chips for the next, I don't know, 50 years.
So, I mean, I've been in this industry for a long time, and I can confirm most of what you're saying. I don't hear anything that you're saying that's wrong. It all lines up with my understanding and my knowledge about everything. So I'm about it. I think if there is a new material that we can make a semiconductor out of, you're right. That's the biggest deal of the century, hands down.
It's pretty fucking big, man.
Yeah,
and
it's huge.
I'm not trying to pump anything, by the way. I'm not trying to pump a $500 billion company to a 615 people or whatever. And I'm not trying to. And there isn't any smaller. We need to look at is companies who are who are actually growing. You grow these chips in a lab, right? They're crystals. We need to find out who's growing these things. Right now, it's the University of Houston, but they are going to need this on a massive scale.
So
So
full disclosure, what's your position in this in TSM?
20 shares.
No options?
No. No, like I said, the play, we got about a year until Intel finishes their foundries. I think Intel is going to be the ones that are making these chips out of cubic boron arsenide. And then I also think that these Texas, Arizona, Idaho, and not Yonkers, Syracuse. Syracuse is also getting another one, chip thing. I think that's going to be a hybrid of silicon and maybe cubic boron arsenide. But I'm pretty sure that Intel is going to be the ones who are doing it, and they're building it in Idaho.
I mean,
Is there a competitor who's racing them to it?
Say that again. Sorry.
Is there a competitor to Intel that's racing them to this technology? Obviously, if it's this amazing, several have to be into it.
I don't think so, and I don't think it matters either because of the chip embargo. So the government is going to clamp this shit down, dude. They do not want China making this stuff. They don't want the Russians making this stuff. This is our atom bomb.
AMD, like local American competition, or Taiwan with their facilities in Japan.
Well, I know that Taiwan has partnered with Texas and Arizona. And like I said, I think they're going to be making silicon chips in America.
Yeah.
I don't think they're getting the cubic boron arsenide, which is going to be in the Idaho Intel plant. I think.
So you don't know a lot about chip foundries and how the process works, right, with R&D and all that, because when a company's into, and I don't either, but I do know that companies that I've dealt with that have chip foundries and they have R&D and they're constantly, when they say Moore's law and the speed of computers and transistors being twice as fast every whatever, it's 18 months to keep Moore's law, reality. That's all just the innovations and patents that have come out of R&D from huge companies.
Well, fuck, I'm going to be late for work now,
Intel,
but I do know
IBM.
something about the foundries. And the one thing that you got to look at these foundries is they're extremely expensive to make. And you want them in these cheap countries like Taiwan. So you got to think of what would incentivize America so much that we would be building foundries domestically. And it's the threat of the R&D being stolen is my conclusion.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, no matter what we do, though, they will still steal R&D.
I mean, yeah, but the idea is the race, right? Like, we want to build it, master it, understand it faster than the world can understand that it exists. That's what we've been doing for 200 years, man.
And building it here is different than going over and whatever, signing away the rights to this technology when you're in, China or whatever country you've outsourced to build, to build your product.
So speaking as a person from the industry, you said Moore's law, and Moore's law broke. It broke 8 years ago, something like that, to the point where like it cannot grow exponentially anymore because of the hardware limitations that we're running into. Like RAM can only be so fast and stuff like that. And so
material and physics limitations. There's something called electron tunneling that is a problem.
I think the idea here is that if we can find a material that will get us, a cooler thing that we can run faster, but also something that we can build smaller transistors on, or even get into new technology beyond transistors or stuff like that. Like that's a big fucking deal. It's huge. It's like
a huge fucking deal.
I'm not kidding. Like, just based on almost 2 decades in this industry, it is the biggest shit I've heard. That's why I'm so excited about it. It's huge.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm in the industry as well, and all I know is everything we create, China and other countries reverse engineer it. So we can
It'll happen.
try to say
It'll
that.
happen.
Yeah,
That's what the sanctions are for, though.
yeah,
They
but
They're just
want
trying to
them
slow them
but
down.
the
re-engineering this
sanctions,
shit.
it's political though, right? Everything's just political because
No, not at all. They're just trying to. It's a race, dude. It's the same thing as the space
no,
race.
I
Like,
get it's the race, but I'm saying we're in 2022 right now. Anything that we created, U.S., California, Germany, it goes around the world instantly. It's not something that.
Yeah, but it takes time to re-engineer. You can't just pick something up in a month. Oh, here we have all the
No, but
technology
it's not
for it.
only that. It's
It,
human.
it takes a long time to re-engineer.
But all the engineering has been done with all the technology, research and development has been done with silicon stuff. All the architecture has been figured out. The only thing is the material limitations of silicon.
Yeah. Like if they say this is a new material, there's like universities releasing papers and stuff on it, and people around the world are already reproducing it, trying to make it more better and efficient. Like the education layer around the world is different than the political layer. Like they share information all the time. So if University of Texas has come up with some innovation, that's already around the world.
it depends because
Dude,
some
you gotta
MIT that nobody else knows.
You need to learn. You gotta figure in how hard it is to make chips. It's expensive as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, nuclear bombs have been around since World War II, and only a limited amount of countries even have the feasible possibility of making them.
See, China has this history of like fucking people over with patent laws. Like they don't care. They will steal whatever you make, and they'll just rip you off. And if China was playing nice, maybe it'd be a different story, but I don't think so. So, and then there's just military applications. So when it comes down to like hacking, brute force attacks, data processing, it really is a race. And you'll be in a Corvette and they'll be in a Model T.
More like a bicycle.
And what if you've been heavily compromised, like Biden? I mean, what do you think of like the possibility of not keeping our secret because the Chinese have a lot of stuff on the Bidens, especially.
The Manhattan Project was compromised, and it still took Soviets 5 years to make a bomb. As long as you're the first to do it, you're that much further ahead of everyone else.
I tend to stick with things that are apolitical. It actually physically hurt me to write that Disney shit, but like this is not a President Biden kind of thing. This is like the military-industrial complex thing. It's a play on the military-industrial complex. I don't think Biden even knows what's going on with this stuff.
Well,
point is, if the commander-in-chief, who's supposed to know what's going on with everything, but he doesn't, of course, if he's compromised, right, by our enemy, which is China, doesn't that does not play into this? Or if they could pull a card out and say, hey, if we expose this about, facts about the stuff you've been involved in, that doesn't have any impact?
You're worried that Joe Biden's going to leak out secrets of like advanced chip architectures and processing?
No, I'm worried that he's going to that there's a potential that the commander-in-chief could make decisions based on threats from an adversary that has shit that could politically just destroy him. Aren't you?
Don't think the
I don't know. I got to go to work.
FBI
It's been
and
good.
whatnot.
I'll be back
Hey
later.
guys, Dole's going to the moon. Check it out.
Before everyone gets moving, Rad the Reptile and Bamir, I posted a thread for the uranium cage match. I think like today, 5 p.m. Does that work for you guys?
Yeah, I should be off work. Might be in my car though.
I'll make it happen just for you because I'm a nice guy.
I have to look up all my shit on it. It's been a bit.
What tickers do you guys want to talk about, like uranium wise, or just like everything uranium, or
bromine? Mostly the transitional period, because in the 70s it was decided on what material was going to be used, and we're sort of still stuck in that ballpark. There's been advances to move us into a cleaner nuclear reactor, but it's a lot since then. 50 years of stalling.
Is it going to be more like company focused, or do you want to talk about?
I can happily keep it company focused. That's fine by me. Or sector focused. I guess it's whatever. Again, whatever the three people who care want to hear.
Well, I'm thinking you guys take like the bull case. I'll push the bear case and see where we meet in the middle.
Sounds good.
But what companies in particular are you looking at? Just want to make sure I do my reading right.
All right, I'll give you a few friends from the list. Let's go with Energy Fuels, UUUU. Should be easy enough. Let's do Denison Mines, DNN, and Cameco, CCJ. Those will be three fine enough ones to look at. And
also, can I also add in
access to.
TVA on that one? Tennessee Valley Authority. It's not necessarily publicly traded, but they're highly in it in a way that they affect all these other companies too.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, well, I'll do my reading and we'll talk again at 5 p.m. Not to say that this talk is over, but that's gonna happen.
You're really
Hey,
looking forward to this.
Buy
Sorry?
Opinion,
oh, is it 5 Eastern, right?
Yeah, 5 Eastern. Does that work for you?
Yeah, it's gonna be 4 p.m. my time.
Why are you guys discussing uranium? Is there any news coming out?
No, I'm just trying to. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it's always the same news with it, sort of like nuclear fusion. It's the same news every decade, but it's always been a transition. It seems like there is a lot more talk nowadays about switching out of uranium into something safer.
Yeah.
Opinion wanted a topic to be talked about, and I just happened to bring up the only one I'd have any confidence in talking about.
I think it's also just like, I think it's going to be a little bit more interesting than the Reddit talks. I'm trying to find a way to make the Reddit talks more interesting and more like engaging. I feel like it's partly markets kind of dying, that we're kind of like losing track of plays. We also have one literally every trading day, so there's only really so much you can talk about in a week. But I think if the like special talks do well, then we might do like one day we do like a pre-market talk, the next day we do like one specific topic talk, a pre-market talk, specific talk, and then a pre-market talk, or something like that.
I think the daily talks will always have the problem that the people who did the daily plays most aggressively have no cash anymore, and so they can't come on and give us all those daily plays that were super aggressive.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think like with the market kind of dying, that's how it's going. I think can't really just wait for the market to turn around though, and wait for better days. So adapt or die.
I think there's plenty of opportunities on the way down.
Definitely. I think whenever it's like directional, there's a lot of like interesting stuff to talk about. But if it's choppy, then it's a lot harder. And I think lately it's been more choppy than it has been directional.
I think
there's been a lot of like really directional plays that have been discussed recently. Like Disney was very directional. DraftKings the other day. We've been talking about Coinbase, Grayscale, all these things that are moving off news, like Chevron.
Yeah, that's
there's
true.
a bunch of shit going on for sure. The SPY looks choppy as fuck, but like, I think there's directional stuff to be found like underneath the surface. That's why I find the talks interesting, because somebody usually has some directional based information for market open.
Yeah, fair point.
Grayscale's up 9% today.
Wow, I'm surprised.
Yeah,
is that because
it got destroyed for the past 2 days?
Coinbase said they came out and audited or said that they have the reserves that Grayscale was saying they have, but even after they said that, I think it was still down.
Well, because everyone wants proof of reserves right now, and a lot of people that are trying to figure out which companies are entangled with FTX are protected because they've already gone through US regulation, or which ones are exposed because they didn't. So I think like Genesis, their exposure to Grayscale left a lot of people questioning who is actually in charge of their funds. And so Coinbase like tried to calm everybody down, like, hey, we're the custodian for Grayscale. And then Kathy Wood just like dumped another 1.4 million in Grayscale. So I think people are just trying to like buy up the stuff that moved off the FTX news that wasn't actually like financially impacted. So I think that like Grayscale, Coinbase, those are pumping right now. Like Ethereum's pumping, Bitcoin's pumping a little bit, but we'll see what happens because the trial for FTX isn't until like December 1st, I think.
Yeah, that should have no impact on Grace on GBTC, hopefully. But yeah, we'll see. I think whoever survives is going to do extremely well, and I agree that it looks like Grayscale was way overdone. I hold personally a lot of Grayscale. That was I parked a lot of money in there, and I'm underwater, but I think it's going to bounce big time. Especially if they allow them to back the Bitcoin Trust with Bitcoin, right? They've been suing the U.S. government to be able to do that. So once they get, if they can get the green light on that, I think it's going to do extremely well.
What's going on with Corona?
Is it just dying as always?
I don't know. I haven't had a beer yet today.
Oh, it's actually rebounded up and it's above $7. So I think someone's puts her out of the money again.
Yesterday when Carvana came up, anecdotally, I was going to mention that some of these flagship Carvana locations are no longer displaying a lot of vehicles out front. When you go to a car lot and you see the cars on the lot, usually you'll go inside and see like 4 or 5 of their premium models on display, but I've been seeing them like take them out of stores, so the display cases look very empty. But that's just anecdotal, so I'd be curious to see if there's other signs on the ground that there's movement in terms of getting the balance sheet back in order.
Yeah, it sounds to me like they're actually selling off all the inventory.
Yeah, I want to know what the deal is on how you're able to get, because it's a pay one price. There's no negotiation. But at what point does that break? Are you able to actually go into a Carvana and save a few $1,000s on a car? Because they are going to have to sell all that inventory before they go completely under and bankrupt.
I wonder if Hertz or one of these companies will jump in and buy some of their inventory.
I think that's already happening. I think they already are buying some of this inventory at a discounted price to get it out of there.
Who's buying the inventory?
I don't know who exactly, but that would be the perfect explanation as to why you don't see all of these cars on the lot. And if their books are so fucked up as it is, I'd be trying to move those cars as fast as possible. Even if I was taking a little bit of a hit on the way down.
Yeah, their model's fucked up. They overpay. I sold them a car this past spring. They way overpaid me, way overbook. And then they on the way out, if you want to buy a car from them, their model is just again fixed price. So that's got to, once they allow that to be like an auction type situation where you're just able to name your price and 24 hours they tell you whether or not you get a car or something changes on that. But at the set price, which has a built-in, set profit margin that they're trying to attain, that's bullshit. They're not gonna sell the cars unless some wholesaler comes in and buys from behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big problems that they had was that they were buying, for example, JT, they were buying your car right for a premium because they knew they had a feeling, or their model was that they could turn it around and make at least $3 or $4 grand off it, maybe $5 grand off it, right? Well, when people stopped selling their used cars back, now they've got this influx of used cars that they're trying to sell at a higher value than some new cars are going off the lot for. So,
Well, are dealerships still selling their cars at a premium? Like, a lot of them will say, like, sure, this is the MSRP and so on. But then,
Yeah.
unlike in the past when they offered discounts, now they're charging premiums. So is
I think the
Carvana?
cost of borrowing went up a lot as well.
Yeah.
What did?
Like we had a bunch of money come into the financial system. People had like their credit usage was relatively low because they were getting stimmies. They made purchases that they didn't need to. It drove the price of the market up. Like people that had used cars, like Carvana bought on the way up, and then the cost of borrowing went up, and they had no sellers. Like they literally had the worst fucking timing ever.
Yeah, combine that with their books being all fucked up, and you have the current shitstorm that they are in.
Do you keep in mind, though, with Carvana, the last time we had a nice big green day, it went up and then it rocketed because when everyone buys puts, that actually gives a lot of upward momentum. So just keep that in mind. If something good comes out from the Fed soon and we have another big green day, we could see another Carvana 20% out of nowhere.
Yeah, so cover, if you're getting puts, cover them. Definitely cover them. Hey, Rad, I got a sweet deal on a Abercrombie and Fitch put if you'd like to buy it.
Tell you what, you pay me $5 and I'll let you hold that to expiry. How's that sound?
You know what? At this rate right now, that actually sounds like a deal. Hey, opinion. What's the latest news on the new power bottom of the bear market grinder?
I think it continued to slide yesterday. It's kind of funny. I think 69 or wherever it was roughly in the 60s was
Nice.
about the top. Oh, it's up 16% today. Holy moly. Sheesh. But yeah, it's just extremely volatile. But I mean, you can't trade options on it, so it's not quite as exciting.
Its movement
What's
looks
the
like
limit?
what a
What
lot
is
of
it?
D-SPACs looked like, though. So I don't think this is like a grinder specific thing. It looks like a D-SPAC that did a big run and is now just bouncing around.
It hit a circuit breaker today, 10 o'clock, 10, 11 a.m. That's crazy.
Did it really?
Yeah, up
Wow.
25%.
So what's the consensus? What do we think fair value is for the stock?
It's a $1 million question. I'm not too sure. I think before, like, it was weird. When it was at 35, people were like, oh, yeah, it's like fairly valued compared to Bumble. Now it's like 50% cheaper. So
because I bought in at 36, and when that skyrocket hit 69, I my limit sold and made a good chunk of money. But it's like, is that range, that 30 range, 40 range, is that ideal for this? Are we still comparing it to Bumble and Match?
So keep in mind for any type of D-SPAC, whatever fair value is going to take a while. Because a good 6 months out from now, a lot of people who have been in very early, who bought in at $4, $5, $6, whatever, their shares are going to unlock. And if they see it sitting at a 2-3 bagger, they're not going to be like, well, what if fair value is $40? Those shares are just going to get sold. So there's going to be a lot of selling pressure put on once the unlocks start coming in. So just keep that in mind as you kind of play into any D-SPAC.
Hey, has anyone talked about these metamaterial preferred shares at all?
What one?
Whose preferred shares?
MMTLP.
That's one of the ones that's been squeezing recently, right? And is kind of just hopeful pump and dump, essentially.
No. Yes, it is. There's a squeeze. S1 just got approved. So that means it's 15 days until it goes private into NextBridge Hydrocarbons. So the shorts have 15 days to cover, and they have to cover. If they do not, their brokerages will cover for them.
So this company's got no market cap. How does that work?
I think Scald mentioned them a couple of days ago.
Okay, but their market cap is zero. It's not showing is literally zero. With 1 million shares traded a day, $12.17.
It sounded, unless I heard him wrong, like he was saying they're going private, and in 15 days they won't be publicly traded anymore. Is that what? And that's going to cause covering? Is that what you're saying?
These shares are being converted over to NextBridge Hydrocarbons, which is a oil and gas company. I don't know if any of you know about what Torchlight was, but it's basically the same as what that was.
And what's
they got acquired.
I'm sorry.
So you're saying they got acquired by another company, and they're now converting over those shares at whatever rate they're converting through acquiring, right?
Yeah, so Torch went to Metamaterials, which is MMAT, and there was supposed to be a dividend, and that dividend payout ended up being preferred shares, which are now in the market, which were tradable. They still are tradable. And now those, it's gonna, it's a spinoff now. It's going into NextBridge Hydrocarbons. If you haven't looked into it, there's a whole lot on it on a bunch of other subreddits. You can read up on it. Big things are going to be happening in the next couple weeks.
So what are the preferred shares that Metamaterials, what are they getting converted over to? What's the symbol of that other stuff, of that other company, please?
The preferred shares of Metamaterials, it's MMTLP.
Okay, that's, yeah, and then I thought they were getting converted to a different.
Yep, it's gonna go 1-for-1 over into NextBridge Hydrocarbons.
And what is NextBridge's symbol?
They do not have a symbol currently that I know of, so it's going private.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
MMTLP, that's over the counter. Those are over the counter shares. So this whole short squeeze thing, what's so amazing about this is pretty much a once in a lifetime opportunity right now. Things like this never happen.
So what's the end game here?
Trust me, bro.
Sorry, what was that?
So essentially what you're saying is this company has a bunch of preferred shares that are going to convert into a new company which happens to not be publicly listed, thus turning tradable shares into private shares in the next 15 days, at which point they'll be forced to cover because they're going to be pulled off the market as a non-publicly traded company, and that is creating the opportunity for anyone who's short to wind up in a terrible position, as they will be forced to pay whatever the price it's sitting at in order to allow that conversion, right?
Correct.
When is this happening? Because I have 6 shares. I can't even. I mean, it was something with Torchlight and MMAT, but I have 6 of those preferred shares, and I paid nothing for them. So when's that merger happening?
So the S1 just got approved Friday night. The CEO, George Palacaris, tweeted Friday night that the S1 was effective. So pretty much we're waiting. Could happen today. If not today, hopefully tomorrow. Press release coming out, giving dates. Pretty much explaining it all. But the S1 is effective, and once the press release comes out and the dates come, it's 15 days until these shares are converted over into NextBridge.
And at what price are these shares going to be worth when they're converted over? What is the price they're paying?
So NextBridge is sitting on $3.2 billion barrels of oil, I believe, right now. And that's just what they know of. So there is a great possibility for there to be more. And that 3.2 billion barrels of oil is worth, I believe, around $19 billion right now.
Okay.
So from what
But dumb it down to a share price. What's the value? Or are they not putting a price on it? Saying we got to sell a bunch of oil.
$60 to $70 range.
Okay, but they haven't set that price, right? They're going to say it's based on whatever you were just going through, barrels of oil or something.
No, there's no set price.
Okay.
But there
All right.
is
Gotcha.
math that backs those statements up. Multiple people have done their due diligence, and they've mathed it out.
And why
like I
haven't
said, if you read up
why
on
haven't
it,
the arbitrageurs come in and just scooped all this up and said I can make $40-$50 a share on this MMTLP and just put 5-10 million into it? Why isn't that happening? I mean, you're not the only one with this information, right?
no, I'm not the only one with this information. I don't know if you guys have looked into the short squeeze subreddit or even the MMTLP subreddit. There's a lot of great information on there. Very, very smart people.
So let me ask you a question. So I'm a hedge fund manager, and I manage hundreds of millions of dollars because I'm a hedge fund manager. I'm very, very wealthy. This is what I do, maybe in billions, whatever. And I'm short this stock. And all this information that a bunch of random people on Reddit have come across says that I'm going to lose all my money because stock can go to infinity in 15 days. And I'm going to stay unhedged and lose all my money in 15 days? Like, is that kind of what the expectation is that this like multi-billion-dollar hedge fund manager is just going to be like, dang, Reddit figured me out. Guess I'm bankrupt now. Like,
Yeah,
wouldn't they just cover now? If they're like, oh, it's going to go to 50, they just be like, then I'm just going to buy it today and be done with it.
Yeah, one other thing, and again, I'm not shitting on this because I just don't understand this, but the dividend yield is zero. There's absolutely no options on either calls or puts. There's no options available to trade, and it's trading a lot. I mean, it's the 10-day volume's 1 million shares today. It's up to 950,000 shares already. So it is moving, and it's up 4% today to $12.16. But those other couple things, and the short interest is absolutely blank. There's not zeros, it's blank. So just the stuff I normally see on a stock is not showing up on this company. But worth looking into, I guess.
Yeah, I can get those numbers in a minute. Hold on. Just gotta.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you for sharing, and I hope you didn't feel like we're giving you too much of a hard time.
To be honest, I see the same guy who pushes pump and dumps on StockTwix and Reddit, pumping MMTLP. I still bought because that guy pumps and dumps and things go up on his pump and dumps. I think this is probably a pump and dump because it makes no sense, but for some reason I bought and made money. So yeah.
So it's very hard to explain. The only reason I have shares is because I was bought into Torchlight 2 years ago, and Meta Materials took over Torchlight, so they could be publicly traded. And this was their pretty much dividend payout, and it ended up being converted over to these preferred shares.
Hey, you guys can hear me? I can provide a little more background around MMTLP. As he was indicating about Torchlight being acquired by Meta Materials, and then the dividend distribution was half of Meta Material. For Torchlight, it was half MMTP. So if you had one share of Torchlight, you got half a share of MMAT Meta Materials, and then you got 1 share of MMTLP. So the MMTLP are not stock; they're actually dividend preferred shares. It's just dividends, right? So, so what had happened was those shares, those dividends were not supposed to be tradable, and apparently the moneymakers started making this stock tradable. So for whatever reason, what happened? But apparently there was millions of FTDs, failure to delivers, from Torchlight that converted over to MMTLP. So there was speculation that the reason why the moneymakers started to allow trading was to allow these shorts to get out of their positions. So what happened was So what happened is there was a continuous of shorting that it still occurred, right? There's 165 million shares of this stuff. So that really the thesis is around NextBridge Hydrocarbons owns assets. They have leases to these lands in Texas that they indicate about 3.2 billion barrels of oil, and then like trillions cubic feet of natural gas potentially. So there's speculation that there may be big companies like Oxy and Exxon or even Marathon doing some acquisitions. There's been acquisitions lately in the news. So I mean, really, I mean, I don't know. I think what it is what's confusing everybody, because I don't think we have seen this before, where a company will go private for one shares. So if you have one share, if you have shares of MMTLP, you'll have 1 share of basically a non-tradable, reportable share of NextBridge Hydrocarbons, and then based on what happens, potential acquisitions, that may be cash or stock into Exxon or Oxy. I mean, there's potential, or there's speculation of the worst case, there is no dividend, right? You just get stuck with just hydrocarbons. So I think what folks are trying to do is just see what the shorts do. I don't know if like I said, if you guys are saying like if there's a hedge fund, I probably would have exited my position, when this stock started trading MMTLP and start covering. So, but it looks like the short volume has been between 30 and 40% since trading days. So, and it's increased, daily. So I'm really, like you said, it's a speculative, but I'm curious to kind of see what happens with the conversion with the 1-to-1. So that's kind of the background, kind of the thesis. So I don't think it's like a pump and dump. I think there's underlying assets supporting MMTLP. It's just we don't know what's going to happen on the back end once these convert from the S1. So
thanks for the DD, man.
Yeah, you said that great. So yesterday, total volume 2,939,565. Short volume 1,722,514. So that's a 58.6%. And then between November 14th and November 18th, total volume 4.338 million. Short volume 1.715 million, coming out to 39%. Week before that, 11/7 to 11/11, 3.564 million total volume. Short volume 1.5 million, 42%. So those are just some numbers.
So I guess your play is just buy shares, wait for the 15 days to pass, hope that they're forced bought at stupid high price.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 days before. My understanding is that they're working with FINRA right now to ensure that trading stops on the effective date. But I think it's either a day or two before when trading's supposed to close is when I think that's when kind of everything kind of settles. But I don't know. I don't. Who knows at this point? Like there's so much crime going on in the market. I'm sure there's some way for somebody to circumvent the requirements, but I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I think the shorts are required to close. So, I mean, at this point, I would. I mean, I guess it's a game of chicken, right? At this point, to kind of see if there's an initial run up and then everybody starts selling, then they can potentially drive the stock all the way down to several dollars, and at that point I would probably cover at that point, but I don't know. I'm just
So has the
waiting
short
to see.
interest gone up or down in the past 2 days? I didn't hear those numbers.
It's
gone up. It's
Okay.
gone up.
So how are they able? I'm curious because
Just
I'm not able to
yesterday.
short it on either of my brokerage accounts. It's crazy that they're still able to sell. They're not offering short.
I will caveat that this is not available for all brokerages. So TD, you can trade OTC. If you're doing Fidelity, you actually have to call into a fixed income specialist. And from my understanding, it takes between 30 minutes and an hour for you to put in your order, just because of the sheer volume. What's the other brokerage too? I think there's some brokers like in Canada as well you can do, but I think primarily here, I think it's primarily TD. You can trade. You can't trade on Robinhood, even though some folks do have shares of MMTLP from the conversion, but they can't obviously buy. They can sell.
Does Vanguard trade it?
I don't think so. Let me see if there's a list.
Trade Station's trading it if you want to buy it.
Yeah.
I was just curious if one of the bigger names was permitting it or not.
Yeah, I'm going to check Interactive Broker now.
Look, I hope you two make a butt ton of money off of it. I truly do.
Yeah, I mean, I bought when it was like $4, sold about 8, 9, and then I bought back in. Not as much, just kind of limit my risk, but like I said, I mean, I don't know. There's some apparent big whales, and I use quotes because nobody can really confirm that. One guy apparently he's like the second largest shareholder. He's on StockTwits, and he's saying that TD is not allowing him to purchase any more shares because he won't lend out his basically like 12 million shares for short selling, basically. So they're apparently preventing him from purchasing any more shares. So like if it's true, it gives indication that TD is having issues locating shares or providing shares to short. So, like I said, that's all speculation and it's not confirmed. But
yeah, that's illegal. We can't stop somebody from buying shares because they don't want to let it out. I don't believe that.
Right.
That's straight. Trust me, that's all. It's probably a pump and dump, and it'll probably deflate soon. But I bought, and I'm gonna start trimming as it goes up, anyways.
Yeah, just read into it, educate yourself about it, what's going on. The more you read into it, the more confident you'll get. There's a lot to it. It's very complex what's going on.
There's that bird lady on YouTube.
Yep, she's great.
She's great. She provides a lot of like good details and background.
Yes,
too.
she's very smart. She does the math. Yeah, she's great. But yeah, I mean the OG holders, the ones who have been holding since Torchlight, they know what they have. We all know what we have. We're holding on. The number that it's at right now is nothing compared to what it will be. So, I mean, my best suggestion would be to really read up on this, know what's going on, because it's all happening soon, right in front of us right now.
Can I change the topic?
No.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to get out of here, but I just wanted to mention that. I didn't know if you guys talked about it before or not, so I just wanted to bring it up.
No, excellent pump, by the way. You did a phenomenal job with that. We appreciate it.
Well, do your Do your research. Figure out what's going on. I'm out of here. Thanks for letting me talk.
All right, so I'll bring up tinfoil hat on. Yay, I get to do a tinfoil hat thing now. I feel excited. All right, but serious note. Jay Powell speaks on the 30th, which is 2 days before the Fed blackout date, meaning after Jay Powell speaks, there will not be a ton of time left for anyone else from the Fed to speak up and correct him. I bring this up because I have a feeling that Jay Powell's a little worried that the market is getting a bit too euphoric off of the potential the likely 50 basis point hike. And I think Jay Powell, since Jackson Hole, has learned that his words are far more significant for market movement than reports. What he said at Jackson Hole was a lot scarier than what the report said, but it sure did move SPY a lot. This is all a really long-winded way of me saying I will not be shocked if he's a bit bearish when he speaks on the 30th to try to pull back some of this recent euphoria we've been seeing in the market and to not let everything overrun leading into that 50 basis points that will likely be announced. So that's my little tinfoil hat moment. Deal with it as you will.
I still think 75 points. I think if he goes 50, he's signaling a pivot, and he's not willing to do that until unemployment numbers go up and inflation start going backwards.
If we get 75, we are going to dump because it's like 80% priced into 50 basis points right now. It's going to be painful.
But what is the play? If we agree that it's closer to 50, but there's a 20% chance of 75, what happens if it's 65? Like, what do we do?
There's no such thing as 65, but it'll be either.
I'm saying average the two predictions you guys have. Like, what do we do? Short the SPY?
It depends on which one it hits. I think if it hits 50, the SPY is going to take off. If it hits 75, it's going to stay flat or go back. It's going to correct, continue to go down. We need the market to tank in order for it to go up.
Yeah, I don't think you should play it either way. Just straddle. You don't have to play a guessing game.
Good point. Good point. Great point.
To speak back to the car talk you guys were having about Carvana. Anybody ever heard of Lithia Motors and Driveway? Driveway is traded under Lithia Motors.
What's the ticker for Lithia Motors?
Lithia Motors is LAD.
Oh, yeah. This came up some time ago, but
Yeah,
I
correct,
do not
LAD,
remember what they
sorry.
said about it. But this has come up before.
So
I think Lou said very strong opinions on it. I just don't remember which way.
So
Hey,
my
what
thing
days?
was, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, so my thing was, if Carvana is going down the way they're going down, I know Driveway, they basically do the same thing to where they just sell cars on like an app or their website, and you can get your financing, everything right there, fixed price, everything, and they'll ship the car to you for like $1,500. And I know someone who actually made fake pay stubs and put them on there, and they fucking took it and sent them the car.
Hey, is that journalist in the background?
That's Noah.
Hey,
If you guys want to look at like the car dealerships, like LAD, SAH, AN for tickers, AutoNation, Sonic Automotive, and Lithium Motors, I mean they've all been outperforming the market the last month or so. They're up close to their maybe 15-20% off their 5-year highs. And we all know that there's going to be a car collapse coming. So I think we talked about this a couple days ago, maybe last Friday.
Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, I missed that. Was trying to just get some insight on the company, and if anybody else feels like they'll be going down with the rest of the car market.
Waiting for Q4 earnings. I know AutoNation and Sonic Automotive both missed their Q3 earnings, and they went against demand destruction and they went up. So just because of the market, so they've been climbing and they've been steady. And I mean, I think AutoNation right now is at 121. Their 5-year high is at 135. So I'm waiting to see Q4 earnings, and yeah, play it from there.
Sorry to interject. I just put up a poll to see if Wall Street Bets should allow GameStop mega threads again. So go take a vote.
Would that be limited to just GameStop, or would that be like the meme mega thread like it used to be?
People got really mad when I made it the meme mega thread, but so yeah, I don't know.
All right, no, fair enough.
Hey, when is the next FOMC interest rate hike? Is it a couple of days after CPI?
So
It
I
is.
see it as January 25th, but you guys can correct me if I missed the date.
I think it's in 22 days. Next FOMC meeting is in 22 days. It's 22 days from now.
December.
Yes, December.
Oh.
That is correct. December
My bad.
14th.
I looked at the beginning of.
I'm not by calendar.
My bad. See, I see December 13th, 14th.
Yeah, sounds good. I think I'm going to save all my cash to straddle CPI. I think that's the best money play.
How's it going, everyone? I'm back.
We're just sitting here quietly waiting for plays. It's super not awkward.
I was looking at a company. I haven't really decided how I feel about them yet, but it's OTech. It's open text software. They do a couple things. They're into security and backend stuff. It's
That's only got 133 million market cap, right?
no way. No. They are.
I must have looked at the wrong ticker. What's the ticker?
It's Oscar Tango Echo X-Ray. Their market cap is 7.6 billion.
Yeah, no, my bad. I picked something else.
Okay. They've been holding up a decent amount of free cash flow. They're profits haven't grown really, and they're and they've been consistent with their dividends. They're not bad with stock repurchasing either, but I don't know if anyone else has checked them out.
What's the ticker again?
Oscar Tango Echo X-Ray. Open text.
Oh yeah, sorry. I have to like decode every time someone does the phonetic alphabet.
No worries.
You know, simples. I can't do names right now. Never mind. Just ignore me.
What's up? What's up with my name? I'm a very
Sad. There we
simple
go.
man.
Sad system was easy to remember.
Yes, no, I am unfortunately an av nerd, so I will tend to try to use the aviation one.
So, what do you feel like this company's going to be down the line? What's got you so bullish? Is it just that they've got good cash flow?
Well, they're able to hold off and they're able to invest more. Again, privacy is an interesting aspect, right? The security side of it. I guess I see that, there's potentially more volatility in where their market than other ones that I'm already in. So that's why I'm kind of interested in them. A lot of my stuff is really boring. So trying to reach out.
But what makes this one a particularly good volatility sector versus a different volatile sector?
Software is way more volatile, I find, than any manufacturing sector. That's where I have a lot more knowledge in aviation and manufacturing. But yeah, software is way more volatile because it's both easier to enter and a lot of funding is a lot more interested in it, I guess. So in software, there's way more speculation than in hardware.
So I had a question, and I might have a play. So you were talking about how JPOW might end up announcing a 75-point, change, and you were saying that's, if the market ends up reacting to that, it's going to basically take a shit. I was looking at the VIX, and we're currently testing a higher low. So, I just wanted to hear other people's thoughts on this because I've been tracking it a little bit lately. I was expecting it to turn around in the last few days. I was wrong. I just wanted to hear people's thoughts on volatility in the market right now and, what they're thinking is going to happen on a 0.5 hike versus a 0.75.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to announce a 75-point basis hike. I think we're already in a recession. 75 will kill the market, and I don't think they want to kill the market because people will revolt. It'll be really bad.
I disagree. I think they do because they wanted this. They're attempting to fix it. They're trying to fix the inflation with this, even though it's mostly supply chain issues.
That's what I'm saying. Is supply constraints because of what's happening in the world, so they won't do things that would be irrecoverable. Because if they kill the economy, getting out of the recession will be harder than what they're doing now. So they're trying to do it like slightly and not as hard. So it's going to be 0.5 for sure. Look at around the world, like Canada, for example. They had to not increase it as they did in the past because that would just destroy everybody.
So Canada is not. You can't really correlate the two.
No, I'm not
that much.
It's true, but I'm just saying there's reasons why you can't just keep increasing it. are
They
really
also did increases of 100 points often, right?
yeah, they did, right? But
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
not
yeah.
gonna do it anymore. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
they're waiting for the U.S. to see. If the U.S. goes to 0.75, then they can go back to another 0.75. If
No,
it's going to go to
that's wrong because a lot of people bought their houses. There's a chart on this. Canada is really retail, oil and energy, and housing. So if they increase it again, that's really going to destroy a lot of people who bought mortgages in the past 5 years because the average mortgage rate term is 5-year fixed in Canada. So the 5-year fixed, everybody's under 2.5% or 2% mortgage rate. Everybody who comes up for a renewal will be destroyed. That will destroy the economy. That the economy will not be recoverable. So they won't raise interest rates after like that they have been doing.
their plan is to bring it to 6 by their plan is to bring it to 6.
So focusing on the US, which was, I think, more aligned with the specific question, the reason I think myself and 80% of the market, right, is pricing it in for the 0.5 is because when the Fed has been speaking, they've been referring to doing a 50 basis point hike. And I understand that people are like, oh, but that's pulling back. But I also think people need to remember 50 basis points hikes are actually pretty darn high historically. Like we've been getting used to like 75 and 100s, but that's not the norm. So people are getting a little desensitized to the fact that a 50 basis point hike is still a pretty big hike.
Yeah, but it's still a pivot, right? It's still slowing down, and he said he's going to keep his foot on the gas until something breaks. And in my opinion, it hasn't broken yet. Go ahead.
I agree with that. I agree with that too. And they're notorious for starting the hikes too late and stopping them too late. They're going to way overshoot when they started, and they're going to way overshoot when they stop it.
Absolutely. He started a year late. 1 year late. He's been saying it hasn't been real inflation, transitionary inflation. He lied for a fucking year, him and Biden and everybody else. And then now we're behind the 8 ball, and he's got to put the foot on the gas. And the second he shows that he's pivoting, the markets are going to celebrate, and he's not going to get that fucking bottom that we need. And
So actually, him saying
transitory was correct, right? Because at the time there was no war. So I know you hate Biden, but historically that's wrong. They were correct. It was transitory, but the supply chain issues was causing the inflation because of the reopening from COVID. That's just what it is, and that's gonna end soon. Has to, because that's called the bullwhip effect, right?
So I just also wanted to bounce this off of everybody. Like I was saying, the VIX is testing a higher low, and it's projected to shoot back up. The Ultra VIX is doing the same thing, obviously. And even if he announces a 50 basis point hike, we're also looking at market fear being the current momentum. So I'm wondering if even if we get the 50 basis point hike, if we can still expect a serious downturn in the market.
I would assume a 50 basis point hike, because again, it's about 80% priced in, would result in not much, but a 75 hike or higher would cause the market to absolutely lose itself and dump hard.
Okay, but I feel like you answered this question. I just want to bounce it off again to make sure I'm not missing anything here. I mean, even given the fact that we're leaning towards a fearful market, we're in a bit of a, I think you called it euphoric earlier, period, or he's afraid that we're getting a little bit euphoric, right?
Yeah, but like I think he's going to address that when he speaks on the 30th. I think that will be his moment to pull back some of that euphoria. I don't think it's going to be with a rate hike surprise. I think even J Powell understands that out of nowhere 75 would be very devastating.
Okay. Thank you.
I even want to add, I think we're at near bottom, to be honest.
I'm sorry, you think we're near bottom with what?
The S&P. It's probably going to touch 370 again. And I think we're going to be straddling the bottom for a while, but I don't think the stock market is forecasting today, yesterday, or a year from now. It's forecasting 2-3 years from now, and I think we are at near bottom.
So we're not going to go any. We're not going to go any lower than we've seen in all of 2022. That's what you're predicting.
Yes.
Has anybody here lived through like capitulation in the market, like when the market's really just shit out, and this is after like right now, like after everybody's feeling shitty, you're down 50%,
Yes.
401ks and blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden you wake up and it's like, what the fuck? The market went down 25%. I'm down to shit. I think I'm just going to sell everything. Has anybody experienced that that's on this call?
Yes. I have. That's what I'm saying. I don't think.
Okay, we're nowhere near that. So that's my prediction. I think we're going to have that feeling, and then at that point, when you're really second guessing if you should just sell your fucking stock that's down to 25% of its value, at that point, then we hit bottom.
I've got 275 puts for June for the SPY.
I won't be shocked at all if we find SPY to be ultimately incredibly flat and boring, at least till the end of the year. I really won't be surprised if it's just Theta Gang sitting around dancing.
Yep, that's what I think is going to happen. Because if you look at it, look at the companies really, right? Historically, these companies are doing pretty well, right? And with the supply chain issues affecting them, that's what's dragging down their profits. So it's not that the companies are bad. It's just that all these companies are doing well and population has been increasing. So all of this stuff is not historically comparable to the past, like 2008. 2000 when the internet was really new. Everybody has cell phones now. Everybody's on social media. Everybody's still buying stuff. So I feel like just times are different.
This is kind of broad. Do you have like a specific company that we could look at? Because you're saying they're doing historically well. Like what company would you say is doing historically well right now?
Well, a lot of companies right now, the PE ratios it's like around 10 to 20. That's like historically a good time to start buying, right? Because if you think about it, they're still making profit. They're still selling. People want those products.
Ford's PE is around 6, so it's even below that. There's a lot of companies that have single-digit PE, but these are also the same companies. When I hear companies like Amazon and FedEx, when they're changing their long-term plans, that tells me they're seeing something a few months out that we haven't even considered yet. And then Bezos comes out and says, hold off on buying big ticket items like big flat screen TVs and that kind of stuff because the worst is yet to come. That leads me to believe that the worst is yet to come.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. A lot of people have been saying that since last year because it's a supply chain constraint on what's happening right now because of COVID. The reopening of COVID. That's just basically what's happening. So people are really worried about the bullwhip effect from all the companies shutting down manufacturing, purchasing, and all that stuff back in 2021 and 2020. So the thing is,
he's saying that the supply chain is going to get worse. Like Bezos, someone who has visibility on one of the biggest supply chains in the fucking world, is telling you that you're going to get shit at a discount.
Yeah, I mean, from anecdotal evidence. So I have a small construction company down here in the South. At the height of the craziness earlier this year, one of our main suppliers sent us an email that prices on aluminum building products were going to increase by 35% this year, and they did. The prices on aluminum products skyrocketed at the beginning of the year, and now they're starting to come back down. But we're not like our incoming calls for business have gone down by half, more than 50%. So our incoming, like we haven't changed anything that we're doing. Our marketing is the same. Everything is the same. The incoming calls for people wanting to purchase our construction services and products have gone down by 50%. Now our suppliers are offering us discounts on the stuff that went up. So the material prices are already coming down, but the customer hasn't come back yet. Customers were so hit by all these price increases and everything that they don't want to spend.
That's the main point. It's the supply versus demand, right? At the beginning of COVID, demand was still high, but supply was not there. So what happened? Inflation. People are willing to pay more. When people are willing to pay more, it caused hyperinflation. So now that supply is going to start coming back online, hopefully the war in Ukraine and Russia will end beginning of
People
next year.
had the ability to
It's
pay
not. It's
more,
not.
and that drove the
It's not.
price up. People were getting stimmy checks and
That's
spending
right.
stupid amounts of money. Like there was an
And
inflation in the money supply, not in purchasing power. It was literally just money into the system.
And
No,
we
but
that's
made
correct.
national
if you
policies
read,
that fucked up our the price of oil way before this war. So that's been an excuse for
Right.
a year before the war.
Right.
Biden reversed all these fucking policies. I know you don't like Biden,
I
but
think you
he
just don't
reversed all
like
these
Biden.
fucking policies, and the price of our gas went up to $5 a gallon.
But that's fake news, because right now oil companies have a lot of fields before Biden that they weren't drilling. They stopped drilling when people started talking about green energy back in 2016. So the whole thing about Biden coming to office and canceling all these programs that's forcing oil to go up is false. Oil went up because of the Ukraine and Russia
No,
war.
that's bullshit. Oil went up because Biden signaled that he's going to reverse. He's not going to allow the pipeline to come through. Oil is just a fucking price on a commodity. It doesn't really
No,
matter if it's physically coming through Alaska to the U.S. through a pipeline. It's whether or not it's been approved. And he disapproved of a lot of the stuff that was making us energy independent. That's just a fact. And then that spooked oil, and we paid twice as much in oil in a year before the war.
now, from an economic standpoint, like as far as my business goes, I had to lay off half of our guys because there's not enough work. And like, even if there is only a 0.5% interest rate hike, bringing back people, some of those guys have got other jobs. So now I got to go through the hiring process, me ramping back up again to increase our sales and production. That kind of stuff. It's not going to happen overnight.
Are you building a house right now?
Yeah, well, we have a couple of small projects that we're
No,
doing
I mean
right
your mic's cutting out, so I didn't know if you were
now.
hearing.
Sorry, no, I think that's just background noise from driving. Sorry about that.
Just busting
You're
your nut.
driving?
Yes, sir.
That's not
So-
appropriate.
But anyways, what I was saying is, I think when supply reopens up, which is starting to reopen up right now, and demand is being crushed, I think we are going to straddle the bottom until supply is fully open up. And I think the pressure is on Russia and Ukraine to start talking, which they already are. And you can see from U.S. policy now, they're saying Ukraine has to give up Crimea.
Yeah,
I don't know about Ukraine giving up Crimea, to be quite honest.
The U.S. already said, if you look at what the U.S. Secretary of State said, Crimea is like a pipe dream now for Ukraine. So people are getting tired, and people know politics is playing.
Hell
And
yeah. I mean, I'm ready to just nuke Ukraine and get it off the table. I'm so sick of hearing this. They have, like, the sanctions and everything has done $30 trillion worth of damage to the global economy. We're not going to be turning that around anytime soon. It's going to take a while to
Yeah,
fix all.
dude, you can't nuke away a fucking problem because of a country that's not doing anything wrong, and you have a
I'm just saying.
If they put it in a Roth IRA, it would be different.
I'm just saying, I'm so tired of hearing about this bullshit all over a comedian. It's ridiculous. And you know what? Ukraine really screwed up. They could have been the go-between between Asia and Europe and played both sides. Instead, they chose the worst possible option. Honestly, they did the worst possible thing they could have done to fuck up the global economy. I'm just so sick of Ukraine. It's not even funny.
it's not Ukraine's fault, though. Come on now. Be a human.
Why does
the
Ukraine get all
connection
the
between
praise?
Europe and Asia. You're talking about Turkey, man.
Yeah.
So bringing this back to market-related
Yeah.
things, how specifically would you trade some of these thoughts that have been played? Are these SPY calls, SPY puts? Are people thinking long-dated plays, maybe data gang selling puts or calls on something? What are people's thoughts based on some of these things that have been shared?
I'd do a limit order.
I think everything's gonna straddle for a while, so probably sell puts and calls. But around CPI data and stuff like that, it's good to straddle because there's gonna be some wild swings. But I think once supply opens up, when people say, "Oh, then Russia and Ukraine is finally negotiating," things will explode.
The only reason demand is going to increase is when China opens up, which should be in March. So that's the play. That's a much more significant play. Is commodities will explode, will go up a lot once China opens.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think FXI, people hate that ETF, but I have a long call on that as well.
Like I said,
XFI. Lamping. XFI.
Frank, X like xylophone, I like ice cream.
Thank you.
What's your opinion on that?
When China reopens, I think FXI is just a large index ETF of China. So a lot of people hate China because, of course, the government, but I don't think they want to decouple, in my opinion, because that would be stupid for them.
I personally don't like China because of that.
Me too, but
Can I ask what made you pick FXI over like yin?
I just historically played FXI and it's done well for me.
Fair.
Yeah, I've got a 275 June put on the SPY. Just I think it is going to take at some point. It's going to take a nice big dump before it goes up.
But what would be the impetus for it to dump?
A bunch of things coming together, or things not panning out exactly the way they were hoping with Ukraine.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, in the U.S., forget the Ukraine and all the other kind of stuff. Realistically, in the U.S., with the way that the supply chain is so, how can I put it, strained right now, we're like one good snowstorm, like one regional snowstorm, like all up and down the East Coast or something like that. We're one good event away from a catastrophe here in the U.S.
Don't forget about that rail strike. That's probably going to happen, even though the Biden administration attempted to intervene.
And the rail strike. But we're one good man-made or natural-made event away from a catastrophe here in the U.S. as far as the supply chain goes. If you have big cities that like run out of food or run out of gas or any of that kind of stuff, it is gonna suck.
Yeah, I don't.
Now multiply that by 100, and that's what Europeans are going to go through without fucking heat this winter.
And that's why I buy ammo.
I'm going to be pretty contrarian here. I actually think because of how supplied Europe is with their gas reserves right now and the ships waiting, I actually don't necessarily think this winter is going to be that bad for them. They're getting pretty lucky and it's pretty mild. So I was very much on board with that train, but I think because things have been so mild, they've had enough time to supply up, and the U.S. has been very happy to send over a lot of gas for them to stay warm. I'm actually starting to feel like Europe might just get through this winter. We'll see how next winter goes.
Yeah, even adding on that, they are getting oil from us at a good discount. Like the price increase is happening on the European side. So we're sending them very cheap oil and gas. So though we think any supply interruptions in the future might cause the S&P to decrease, I feel like since demand is already crushed, I don't think that'll be a big impact as we think it would be in the future.
Question for you guys: when you think about Wall Street Bets DD, recent Wall Street Bets DD, what do you think of?
Journalist.
Oh God, his Keon play just got deleted.
I hope this doesn't come across as super rude. A lot of pictures and other people's ideas summarized into something. And I don't mean that insultingly, but I think many of my ideas are other people's ideas, and I would love to get some more pictures involved too.
I think there's a huge dearth of people mentioning verifiable sources. It seems like a lot of opinion. Yeah, and I feel that anyone doing a DD should have to reference what their where they got their information from.
Ooh, yes, I think that's good.
Also, opinion. This might just be me. A lot of them, you can very much tell if you know that area who they're getting the info from. So maybe also if people could, like they said, reference those people, but it wouldn't be terrible if some people actually said like, hey, I acknowledge that there might be a bear case in this as well, and I've had more than 2 sources. Just a thought.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think a lot of people don't realize it, but that's what a DD is supposed to be. You're supposed to be presenting a base case, bear case, and bull case.
I don't agree at all.
Oh, okay. Why? What?
We all know the best DD is a rocket with the words GME to the moon guaranteed tomorrow. That's the true DD that I'm looking for. And then just a chart with an arrow pointing straight up, and then it's circled, and it's circled, and it says you're here. That's what we really want.
Not an arrow, a penis shape.
Big bold letters. The next GameStop.
And then it links to a video with just a bunch of really shiny colors. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
Did anyone invest?
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, did anyone invest in Tesla?
Oh
I hope not.
I'm still holding shares, but I sold half of my holdings around 220.
I'm still holding shares. I've been up like 80%. That shit's down to like maybe 10.
But my average cost is my average cost is 108, so I got a ways to go.
I'm still DCing. I've been buying since 2017. I think with the green revolution, you'd be stupid not to hold Tesla, to be honest.
I'm actually bearish on Tesla. I'm fine with EVs, and I think they make a perfectly fine EV. But I think a lot of the more blue chip car manufacturers are now coming out with not just their own EVs, but actually pretty solid EVs. And I feel like it's going to be a lot easier for Tesla to lose market share than gain market share as that continues to happen.
I don't know if they're necessarily going to lose market share because the EV pie is still growing, but I do see them having to advertise more, which they haven't done up until now. Like they're going to have to up their advertising and marketing budget, which they haven't really done much of. It's mostly been like word of mouth, mostly from Elon Musk promoting the company. And he gets a lot of free publicity from the media. I think that's going to come to an end. And they're going to have to start advertising like the blue chip companies do and be more like a car company than what they are now.
So, and the reason why a lot of people love them has multi facets. The first thing with that is branding and first to market and first to market mover. So just like Apple and all these other hardware companies in the past, the first person who does the innovation is usually the one that takes most of the cake, the pie. And we can see that right now with the trajectory of Tesla, especially with their cars. Like they have the best-selling car in Germany. The Model Y is the best-selling car. That's insane. And that's not going to stop unless you're saying something contrary is going to happen to the whole model of hardware innovation and a company not having great brand loyalty. I don't think that's going to stop for Tesla.
Well, Mercedes and BMW, they have good brand loyalty too, and they have they're coming out with they're really pushing their electric stuff. I mean that's exactly what I'm saying is that the There are also other companies that have legacy brand loyalty from ICE engines instead of electric engines, but that brand loyalty is still there. Like there's people that
Like
have
all
it.
of them, like Chevy Volts or Bolts. You know, it's everybody's got them now.
What about vapes? Should I invest in vapes?
What I'm saying is like, look at BlackBerry and Apple back in the day, or BlackBerry, Nokia, and Apple. Like when a new company comes and innovates in that space, other companies will have brand loyalty in the legacy aspect. But when it comes to the new product, they usually take a bigger piece of the pie of the new innovation lane. And that's just historically what's happened in hardware. So if you listen to a lot of hardware investors, especially in Silicon Valley, who are very bullish on Tesla, they give you great breakdown on why they think Tesla is where a lot of money should be going into right now. And it's not just that, it's also Tesla doesn't just only do EVs. If you look at their S1 and look at their other products, like their energy business, they're in a business of green energy, and green energy, after upfront costs, makes the energy go to zero. So like you install solar, right? The upfront cost of solar is going down because of supply chain, and what the cost of producing solar energy is zero effectively afterwards.
Yeah, and the carbon credits that Tesla gets, right, and the federal government credits that Tesla gets, it's printing money. It's a gold mine. I mean, it's a no-brainer that Tesla, you know. But the problem is now competitors and doing it a lot, you know, selling a lot cheaper cars, and Tesla is not gonna have the market gains that they've had. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, long term, I'm bullish Tesla. Like long term, I think Tesla is going to be around for a long, long time. I just think their numbers are going to come into more in line with what you get from like the traditional auto manufacturers. But I don't see them going anywhere. Like I think Tesla's going to be around for a long time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think they're a great company, but I don't think they're. I think what Musk is doing, and the fact that it's all based on the shares of that one company, Tesla, I think it's going to have a negative effect on the stock, which is it's at.
I'm sure Tesla will stay around, but like the point was brought up by JT, there are now EVs that are cheaper and can match a Tesla in range. One of the things that Tesla had going for it was they were the ones who could get to 250 plus miles on a single charge, and the Leaf was sitting there like, I can do $150 if I try hard. But now you've got like Bolts that can go 200 plus, and you've got IV4s, and I can name a bunch of EVs that can now push that range and add an equal or lesser price than what Tesla's offering to you.
But nobody wants it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is though Tesla is vertically integrated, right? That's why I'm saying hardware investors who look at the Apples who are vertically integrated in their field, or they actually design each component, do very well. And Tesla's in that bucket because they build the battery and they build the software for the car. All the other car manufacturers, like BMW, for example, gets their batteries from Tesla, their previous EV vehicle. So Tesla's building up gigafactories, which are building batteries. They're building power station plants that's based on their batteries. And they have the AI software that's based on in-house software development. So though other cars may come in, they won't take a big piece of the pie as Tesla would have.
And like I heard someone mention the Mercedes, their car is expensive. The EQS is expensive. I don't think that's going to be in the same market as a Tesla X or something like that. Maybe the S, but those EQSs, they're making them, but they're going to be expensive as hell. I mean, it's fucking Mercedes.
I mean, Teslas are starting at around, with all the hikes Musk is doing, like 55, 60 right now, right?
So what you think that Mercedes is starting at?
I'm not saying that it's exactly the same as a Mercedes. I'm just saying like Teslas aren't the cheapest EV on the market.
No, so but the cheapest. How much is the cheapest Tesla right now? It's not 60. It's like 50, right?
I think it's in the mid 50s.
No.
The current souped-up Mercedes EV is going for about $110. It's like $110,000. So it's a pure luxury car.
No, but what's the cheapest Tesla out the door that's an EV?
50,000, right? Model
Well,
3
you can
starts
get a
around
used,
35.
yeah, you can get a used Tesla for, I don't know, fucking 30, 38.
No, a new Tesla out the door. How much?
Model
50K?
3. No, Model 3 start at 30.
My Tesla was 65 with options.
Okay.
What do you drive?
Does it auto drive?
Yep, self automation.
Fuck, man, that's
Which
awesome.
model is it?
All right, so I'm seeing
3.
on Tesla's website you can get a Model 3 rear-wheel drive, just like the most basic of packages, for 40,000, but that's got the little asterisk next to it because I'm sure there's a bunch of other numbers that go in, as they always do for vehicles when purchasing. But it's showing 40.
Mine
All
have
right.
heated seats.
So 50K. So 50K. So again, it's not a cheap car when you're comparing it to like a Chevy Bolt that's 40K out the door, in the 30s.
2023 Bolt is set at 30,
Well, I
like 1 or
think
32 right now.
Yeah, out the door though, right?
yeah,
Close
Volts
to 540.
Volts are big
Fair enough.
overseas, but Americans we don't really like the Volt, so it's not a big selling EV here. So
Well,
like
the
most
Bolt.
people aren't gonna want that.
Well, we don't like the Volts, the Chevy Volts, which caught on fire, and now they stopped making those. And the Bolts have been around. This will be the second model year, the 2023s that are coming out. It's the second model year of the Bolt, and the Bolt's got a much better reputation and is doing, it's got a lot longer range on the battery and all the other shit they were talking about. So, and again, out the door, probably 40K.
I've said this before too, guys. We got to really pay attention to not just EVs specifically, but the infrastructure. I think I told the story. We had 2 electric cars plugged in on a hot day in July with the AC running in my dealership, and the power lines caught on fire outside. So keep infrastructure at the top of your mind too.
Wait, what happened?
We had 2 electric cars plugged in and 2 Taycons, and we had it was a really hot day in July, so we had the AC going in the shop, and the power lines outside caught on fire. It was pretty cool, actually.
Did the cars catch on fire?
No, just the power lines outside of the building.
The power
Yeah,
lines like
wild
the
stuff.
one used by the entire area, or just like specifically power lines that were only powering you and therefore could be definitely identified as the EVs pushing it over?
Do you have
That's
video
what
footage
they.
of this?
I do not, but there's a bunch of black marks on the sidewalk outside where the insulation on the lines melted off. So, but no, they did pretty much determine it was the power company because of the power lines, but we essentially started it. So,
Did
you get any
fire
damage?
No, it was just the lines outside. Nothing happened to the building. So I actually left early that day. It was my wife and I. It was our anniversary, so we went to a baseball game. So it was kind of cool.
Happy anniversary.
I'm like, well,
fortunately, you didn't burn down your building.
Oh no, I wasn't working on them, and it's just a wild story. Everyone's talking EV. I'm like, infrastructure. It's kind of a big deal.
There wasn't
So
a
I've said
can
it a
of
couple times
gasoline
on here.
underneath the wires, was there? Just waiting around?
No, that would have been great.
Good.
Well, since you brought up EV infrastructure, I will say I wouldn't get it now because I do still have recession concerns, but I am bullish copper long term because if we're building out all this EV charging, we're going to need a heck of a lot of wiring to do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's what you have to really pay attention to. Like everyone's like, oh, EV. I'm like, what about charging them? Like if you have 100 people in an apartment building, they all have EVs and they plug them in at the same time, can guarantee you shit's going to hit the fan. So it's pretty wild stuff, but
Yeah, Tesla's infrastructure is the best. I think that's their moat. Actually, you brought up a good point. They have the supercharged network, and it's literally the only EV you could drive cross country. I've done it twice. On a Tesla EV charge network, supercharged. You can't do that with any other vehicle.
Don't
I
those
mean, like infrastructure in general.
Don't those superchargers kill the battery life though?
No, it doesn't really, right? Because usually you use it to get across country, and then you go to a hotel, and then you just plug into a regular charger. So if you use it for like trips once in a while, it's great. That's why the supercharger network is amazing. Usually people don't charge every day on a supercharger; they charge at home. Like a colleague of mine has a Tesla solar roof and a Tesla Powerwall, and he has a home charger. So he just charges off the grid and pays basically nothing minus the upfront costs for his hardware. So it's amazing.
When you went cross country after 250 miles, where did you? I mean, did you just stopped for the day and charged overnight in the hotel, or did you charge somewhere?
Yeah, so it works as like if I drive from California to Miami or Miami to Texas or something like that, I would drive a day. I would stop at a supercharge station, charge for about 30 minutes, go get a coffee or walk around, see the area, then continue driving, do that 2 or 3 times, get to a hotel, plug in my car into a regular charger, sleep, wake up, battery's full, and I'll continue on. And I've talked to other customers who buy other vehicles when I see them at regular charge stations, and they will say the number one regret not getting a Tesla was the supercharge network is consistent and reliable. Versus if you have a regular an EV Tesla, charging is a pain in the ass trying to drive around the country.
So a supercharge, you go to a station, 30, you said 30 minutes, grab coffee, and then you go, how far can you go before you have to take another 30-minute break at a supercharging station?
So I owned a Tesla since 2018. I got a new one, of course. In 2018, the supercharger network was probably, I can get a full charge in an hour, but now they have these new superchargers where I can get a good enough charge in like less than 30 minutes. So they're upping their supercharger technology a lot.
Okay, so again, I'm a very simple-minded guy here, so I can't, and I kind of get all over the place. But if I'm going cross, I just took one of my cars from Los Angeles to North Carolina, and went cross country. It was a regular car, it was a Mercedes with gas, right? So I didn't have any issue. But I am looking at another car that's going to be EV, and my question is, if I go up and down the East Coast now, or whatever, head anywhere, what do I deal with after 250 miles? You said 30 minutes at a charging station. Then how much further? How many more hours or miles before I have to stop again for 30 minutes?
Yeah. So basically, the Teslas have this software. This is why I love the Tesla. This is why I'm saying like this is going to be a really huge company. You have this thing where it maps out the stops for you, so it makes the stops efficient based on the supercharger networks on your path. So it does things like you stop here for 15 minutes, or you stop here for 30 minutes. So it really reduces the time you stop to get to your destination. And it's probably like 10% more than 10 to 15% more compared to a gas powered car. So you'll probably spend like 30 minutes more charging or driving versus.
Just answer the damn question, man. He wants to know. You're still not answering the question.
I did. I said it's probably 10%, 15% more than gas.
I think he was trying to ask you, if I stop at a supercharger and charge for 30 minutes, how many miles of distance have I added onto my Tesla, give or take? I think that's
He
what he's trying to
basically
ask.
answered that by saying that the software will basically map it out for you. So depending on where
No. So it's usually about 80%. The first 80% is the easiest part to charge. It's the last 20 that is really difficult.
Right, but in 30 minutes, I get whatever charge. I don't give a shit if it's 50%. They give me enough to get back on the road. How far can I drive before I have to stop for another 30 minutes?
So if you stop for 30 minutes and your car, say, has a 300-mile range, you'll probably get like 200, 250 miles.
Okay, and then another 30 minutes, another 250 miles. Okay, that seems fair. As long as it maps it out and makes it brainless to do it.
That's during summer, right? I mean, those are all like the best conditions.
Yeah. So I think it's like 10% degradation in winter because I guess you're heating up using more of the heater.
Way more than 10%. Way more, because you also have winter tires on. I mean, if you have true winter, you have studded tires or heavy, chains or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of losses in winter, but that's true for gas. People just don't notice it as much.
Yeah, but where's the energy that is charging the car coming from?
isn't arguably 90% or more of it coming from fossil fuels from the get-go, and then that's being
Let's not go down this
transferred on the
path.
grid?
Oh,
There's
I
a
mean, you're
huge
getting
loss of
to
energy there.
actually not. It not really. You still get some benefit. You're
You
right.
send
There are
electrons
some.
on a copper wire, you lose energy.
Correct. But so it depends on the context, right? So if you're driving highway miles, there's some truth to what you're saying. If you're driving in the city most of the time, you're very wrong, because the biggest gains that an electric vehicle gets are in the city.
The power
Because
is
you're
coming from
sitting.
natural gas generators.
Yeah, but your car is running. If you with an ICE engine, you're just at idle all the time, burning gas. So even when you're braking, you're burning gas. When you're
New cars don't idle like that.
It's fair, but they're not actually as efficient as they are running at idle. When they get to idle, that's the least efficient phase.
Electric
But
cars don't idle though.
even added to that, the infrastructure is being upgraded. So we're future proofing ourselves. If cars are EVs, as the grid
You
converts
can't
to green
upgrade the loss of energy.
what I'm saying is
And
that
when you convert one form of energy into another, there's a loss of energy.
no, what I'm saying is that the grid, when it upgrades and gets more green, we have more benefits when cars are able to use
The
that.
grid isn't making it more green. It's destroying the environment around the globe. The materials that are mined to create the grid, quote unquote, it's terrible for the environment.
And that's my thing on infrastructure too. How are these cars getting powered? It is natural gas, it is coal. That's what needs upgraded is the source of power. Nuclear, for example. Just throwing it out there. Hydroelectric even. Like I live in I live in Pittsburgh. There might be one hydroelectric dam on the three rivers in like the city limits. There's easily a dozen like dam and lock systems. One of them's hydroelectric, I believe.
Fuck yeah,
Like-
man. Drill, baby, drill.
Like that's the problem with infrastructure. It's how are these cars getting fuel? You're still using fossil fuel to power them because that's how the electricity is being generated to plug them in.
Thank you. That's my point.
I'm going with line
Let's go
electric
nuclear.
company.
So what
For that's my big infrastructure thing. That's
Yeah,
all.
no, that's
like everyone's like EV, MV. Okay, EVs are cool. I get it. You're not burning gas in the car, but to get the power to the car, you are burning gas, and that's the disconnect. So that's all.
A lot of energy that's produced is not straight burning. A lot of it's secondary. Like a lot of energy is fossil fuels, but then there's also heat from the fossil fuels. So we're getting efficient in doing derivative of those processes. And when we use those in cars, in EV cars, it's way better than just gas-powered cars. So the talking points that you put out, literally I used to work at Exxon. The talking points that you put out are from like some PR group at ExxonMobil. EV cars are way more better on the environment right now as is than gas-powered cars. And as the grid
The final product might be, but in order to create it, it's not.
No. In overall, even to create it, because batteries are recyclable, everything is recyclable right now. So 100% EVs right now.
Oh, let's use more energy to recycle. Yay.
What do you mean? That's what I'm saying. But the sources are turning green as well. So the benefits come from when the grid green using nuclear, which is going to happen if you look at the Build Back Better plan.
The benefit is conservation of energy. It's stop transferring energy. That conserves it.
No, drilling and fracking, right, in the environment.
I live in the birthplace of fracking. I know about fracking.
That's why you are spewing this fake stuff. Like
no, it's not fake. It's just I'm a realist.
Listen, I know you guys don't like Biden.
I have family in Oklahoma right now where they used to frack a lot. They have earthquakes all the time because they pump water into the ground. Fracking is very bad for the environment. Continuous drilling is bad for the environment. And it's also continuous cost, right? Nuclear, solar, wind, only cost is upfront cost.
The answer to this, people hate hearing this, but the answer is it's up to each and every one of us to stop using so much damn energy in every moment of our lives.
now you're talking about something different. I don't know what to say.
Yeah,
No, I'm
No, I
not.
mean he has a valid point.
Okay, so just to that point, something you have to consider, because that's a very Western view, and I get where you're coming from. But the other thing you have to consider when you're talking about global energy consumption, there are places like rural China, India, Africa that just want to have like the lights that turn on every day, right? So I get like from the Western view, it's very easy to be like, hey, we should just pull back and it's easy. But you're also kind of saying like, hey, India, you guys don't get to have electricity because we said so. Sorry, sucks to be you. So just something to consider when you put that out there. Is there are places that like just want heat that turns on, right? And need that grid built.
Yeah. So
They can build their own.
I advise startups right now that are around the world, they're doing gangbusters installing solar and batteries, especially in Africa. So all the talk about fracking and oil is needed. That's what we should be doing and conserving. That's, as the person said before, that's unfair to those countries. What China is doing right now is investing heavily in nuclear energy and in solar and wind, as is Russia. Russia has been funding a lot of these weird initiatives, but internally they are heavily focused on building out the nuclear power stations, same as China, because they know in the future, energy with green, when it's produced greenly, it's going to cost zero after the upfront costs. When a country doesn't have to pay for energy anymore after they already paid for the upfront costs, makes their country incredibly efficient. So our goal should not be this fake information stuff. We should be pushing on nuclear power and green power so we can get our energy costs down to zero.
I bet you can't wait to swim in the tar pits.
Well, since we're on the subject, I saw on Reddit a study that said that if we continue things as they are by 2100, the temperatures are going to raise like 2.5 degrees Celsius. And I have a condo in Sarasota, Florida. I want to know a timeline on when that'll be flooded by.
2.5% Celsius is like 75 cents Canadian.
No, it's like 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
No, that was good math. It's about
That's true,
75
yeah.
cents Canadian.
Why the fuck did you not just say that? 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
Exactly.
Anyway, speaking on electric, I've been kind of going balls deep with Lions Electric. I don't know if it's too soon, but with all the electric talk, they've been doing buses and heavy equipment electric. So I think they're going to be able to handle that large infrastructure that we were guys discussing earlier. LEV. I think it's really bottomed out at like 288. It's trading at right now. So I went ahead and just did some plays. I really think it's at bottom and it's just going to shoot up, especially with the name dropping Biden did.
I bought some of those last week. I bought some LEV last week.
You might have suggested it, or it might have come up in discussion last week, and I started doing my research over the weekend, and I just strike today.
What's the symbol?
LEV. Oh, sorry. Leo Elephant.
Lima Echo Victor.
There you go.
And the other one that I looked at was in conjunction with that was Bluebird, who makes electric buses for schools. I guess there's an initiative to convert all of the school buses to electric instead of diesel, at least in the cities.
Yeah, and I really just saw Lion Electric Company. They were pretty established. 2008. They've been doing this for a while, and they've been doing it in large scales, meaning like they're providing energy to these large vehicles. And I really think they'll be able to help out in creating the infrastructure of the many charging stations we're going to be needing in the next 5-10 years.
What's Lion symbol?
Lima Echo Victor, LEV.
Thank you.
Thank you, Human. Yeah, so Human, was it you that brought it up in discussion last week?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there were a couple of people that mentioned it, but I specifically brought it up because of the announcement by the vice president that the U.S. is doing like $1 billion grant or investing $1 billion into the conversion of those school buses. And then somebody mentioned Bluebird, and then someone else from Montreal or up in Canada someplace mentioned that they already have this LEV company that's already been doing it, and they're pretty successful with their vehicles, even working in cold weather like what you have up in northern Canada.
Sorry to cut you off with excitement, but yeah, they already create their own batteries for these vehicles, and they're working in one of the coldest, climates in Northern America, and yeah, they're just really knocking it out of the park. Now, production, of course, they could always where they're not on Tesla's level at all, but as far as efficiency, and especially in cold weather, and then large vehicles, I think Lion's probably be the, not to sound like pumping up, but yeah. Do you think it's bottomed out, Human, at that based on your research?
I haven't really looked at the fundamentals or the prices or anything else, but it was pretty cheap, so I just bought a couple hundred shares just because I like the whole electric transformation in the economy, because from firsthand experience, we put solar panels on our construction trailers. So now when we go to a construction site, before we used to have to wait for the electric company to run electricity to the site before we could begin our work. Now we can go there and we don't need to wait for the electric company to power our tools and our equipment. We have solar panels that charge batteries during the day, and then we charge all of our power tools and cordless tools off of that battery unit, and we can get through an 8-hour day with like we charge our batteries up one time and they'll go for like a week.
Yeah, I think it's too big of a leap to go from, gas and fossil fuels to, all these alternatives. I think electric's where it's at. And then as far as like those underdeveloped countries, they missed out on the shit they don't have right now, and they're going to actually be provided electrical solutions. So electric's the way of the future, at least for the next, at least for my lifetime.
Not a common problem in the industry with needing power to your construction site. Is that a common problem? And solar batteries is what's up.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of times, like especially if you're working on new construction, there's nothing there. There's no electricity. You have to wait for all that, for the power companies to run all that stuff to it. Like if they're clearing out a couple of hundred acres to put up new homes, there's nothing there. So we can go in now with being battery powered and being solar powered. We don't have to wait for the illuminating company to go in there and run the main lines into the neighborhood before we can go in and start doing our work. We can go in right away.
Oh, I think you just hinted on a good startup right there, sir.
Maybe. But I really, to me, it's just so awesome. Like we power all our tools and stuff from the sun, and for our trailer, it's free energy, and it's a lot quieter than the gas
generator.
Yeah, than the generator and stuff.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Oh, thanks.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just going to add, some of these solar panel warranties are like 40 years now. So that's crazy. You buy a panel and it can produce energy for 40 years. You don't have to go buy diesel, but yeah.
Hey, quick comment on that Lion Electric. It's got great support at $2.82. And that's the supported short-term support, long-term support's exactly $2.82, and the low today was $2.87. So I really like it technically.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy
previous
some.
person with the solar being 40 years
it hit
old,
my numbers. over the weekend when I looked at it.
Yeah, to the person who mentioned solar being 40 years, that's the main thing of what they call energy to zero, which means you pay the upfront cost of the hardware, which is getting cheaper, and the energy it produces costs basically zero. So that's why a lot of these new energy companies are a gold mine right now, in my mind. If you have a company that produces solar energy for roofs and they operate it for the customer at a low cost, they're just making basically an infinite amount of profit because the energy produced is nearly zero afterwards, just upfront costs.
Yeah, you don't have to buy a stream of commodities to keep the power flowing. You just buy the upfront power, and then the power's free.
And at the end of the day, let's not forget that fossil fuels are, in fact, solar energy. It just happens to be the dirtiest form of solar energy you can find. But there wouldn't have been fossil fuels there wouldn't be fossil fuels without the sun.
So are you pro oil? You've made a couple comments on stuff on energy. Is that pro oil?
Sorry about that.
You think he was joking?
You could make money on oil
Oh, no.
when the price is going up.
I don't think he's
and
joking.
Still make money on solar.
No, I mean that's a fact. I mean the stuff that oil and coal is made from is millennia of organic matter that decayed.
So are you arguing on behalf of oil and saying we thank our oil for that, or is it? I'm confused with what.
Well, I think we need to sort of understand that it's all solar energy. So don't be like anti-solar or pro fossil fuel. We've done what we've had to do, and there's a better way of doing things on the horizon. And I think people. I would like to encourage people to jump on that bandwagon.
Yeah, can we jump back to that 2.5 Celsius? That's 36 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to rise. Temperatures are going to rise by 21 or the year 2100. That's nuts.
No. 2.5 degrees Celsius is like 5 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm just saying, if that's true, I was being sarcastic at the same time, but like if that's true, right? Then wouldn't that mean the entire fucking state of Florida would be underwater in 78 years? The entire state of Florida is underwater. That sounds like bullshit. That's total fucking bullshit.
Okay.
And
no, 2.5 Celsius is 36 Fahrenheit. Just so you understand that, right?
I know that, right? Talking about it will raise 2.5 Celsius, dude. It's like it'll raise 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
Gotcha.
So one of the important things to think about, because again, we play the markets, right? It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things whether you're like pro oil or pro solar or pro wind or blah 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 blah. Ultimately, what matters is what are the governments that actually move the market, like the U.S. and Europe, going to invest in, because that's what's going to move the market, right?
Yep.
So
I'm on the Lion Electric train. 1,000 shares just executed at $2.88. This is not investment advice. Invest wisely.
Yeah, politicians around the world is why some parts of the place, energy is not green yet. Like if you look at Texas, they've attacked solar panels and batteries, and a lot of Detroit, California as well. California is weird. PG&E tried to install a transmission line cost to people who have solar, because people who install solar in their house usually don't take energy from the grid anymore. So it's a lot of these weird political things happening around green energy that's stifling the growth of green energy.
That being said, green energy is 90% of the stuff being installed on the grids right now. Nothing else is really being installed. It's wind and solar. And as we go forward, those prices are dropping. It's going to be nothing but wind and solar. And that's already happening.
So what's the play?
Here's a fun fact. Tesla has a solar battery station in Australia. And after upfront costs, because it's a green energy device, producing energy from that is near zero. So
All I can say is, without diesel, you're screwed.
In phase.
The whole world runs on diesel. You get your goods and services, diesel. If you don't have diesel, you're shopping, everything's gone. Energy, gone.
You better buy some diesel.
All right, calls on Vin Diesel. I'll be watching Pitch Black tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, you still need the diesel, but it's a dying industry. It's going to be, you're going to need it, but it's dying.
Try to tell that to the super tanker that's delivering all of your consumables.
Yeah, but
all the consumables.
We're going to need one less super tankers next year, and then one less the year after that. One less after that.
I'm talking about the ships that hold the containers that get you your product.
Whoa. This got real aggressive real quick. Whoa.
Yeah. Okay, listen, Biden's going to make it all electric. Everybody relax.
Energy is polarized. It's ideological. It's tough.
Try to tell that to the ship containers that have these diesel generators that are gigantic in size, and you try to put an electric engine in one of those big ships and see how fast you get your goods.
Here's the thing: 40% of the stuff shipped around the world is fossil fuels. If we transition off of fossil fuels, you end 40% of all shipping.
You're not gonna transition. Okay, then you got no toothpaste, you got no toothbrush, you got no paint, you have no pills to swallow. You have to understand your entire modern
world. A Slim Jim. Oh yeah.
No, he's right.
All right, listen.
You're
about a 9. We need you at about a 3. Okay.
Oh, we need him at an 11.
He's right though. You still need plastic. You still need plastic, and plastic is a small part of
the modern way of life.
This is important.
It's your paint. It's your asphalt. It's everything. It's without the oil. You don't have modern life. You don't have TV. You don't get.
Started. How do you feel about value investing? That's what I need to know right now.
Yeah.
Do you think Luce is the smartest person here? These are the things I want to know right now.
May we introduce you to a man named Journalist at this point in the conversation?
You two would make a great couple.
You're everybody talking about, it's going to be this green revolution and stuff, and it's not happening.
No, it is happening.
No, it's happening.
Look at
all
the
grid.
It's fucking happening.
All you're doing is shifting. You're shifting, instead of burning oil at your car, you're shifting it to the factory. We're still going to burn oil. We're still going to burn the oil. The problem is energy.
The grid
unless you have an atomic battery, forget it.
Well, the grid's going all wind and solar. Have you looked at what's being added to the grid?
Did you understand an atomic battery? Okay, go do your homework on atomic batteries that are already out. Now, all you have to do is turn up a few little cells, and then you're talking about a battery that lasts for 30, 40 years. You don't need to charge your phone ever.
Why are you so aggressive about this? This is just a trading talk.
Everybody
love to hear your ideas.
It reminds me of like an 80s stockbroker. Everybody
right, to be honest with you, because energy is interested in the fact that it's not a zero-sum game.
IPO.
So I work for a power company.
It's not happening.
I work for a power company, and they're one of the largest generators in the United States. And their big push, mainly nuclear. But their big push right now is clean hydrogen. They're trying to put these hydrogen.
Hydrogen's the key.
They're trying to put these hydrogen cells next to nuclear plants so they can run them when grid demand's low and produce bulk hydrogen. So they're looking at putting these. Their big thing is behind the meter technology, right? So big thing with power costs is transmission and distribution. So if they can put these,
how about red hydrogen?
I don't know what that is. Never heard of it.
I posted it on the chat for the science on it.
Okay. Well, anyway, back to normal hydrogen. They're trying to put these hydrogen plants next to existing generators, and they're putting them so that they could tie them electrically behind the meter so that the power that they're using never hits the transmission lines. So that's
I believe
their
in that process.
So transmission costs of your power bill was about half of it.
Now, I'm not going to need to transmit anymore. I've got the atomic battery. I take the battery, I plug it into my car. I go drive everywhere, never have to stop anywhere. I take it out of my car, I plug it in another spot, it powers my house. I take it out of that, powers a plane.
Have you ever worked near radiation?
Yeah.
Because I've worked in a nuclear power plant, and tell you what, you can't hear it, you can't see it, and it's way too dangerous to let anybody mess around with it. Like, you can't just sell these atomic batteries.
I think this guy worked as a world wrestler, though.
You know how easy it is to secure radiation? A little bit of gold, done.
It'll take it back to the days when you weren't allowed to pump your own gas, and someone has to actually put that charge to your vehicle.
If you want to see the working example, why don't you look at the USS Colorado, the latest submarine. Doesn't need to be refueled for 30 fucking years. It'll travel the entire world, like 2 million miles or some shit, before it ever needs to be refueled.
Yeah, and that's like 99% pure uranium. If you stand next to that bear, you'll be dead in seconds.
Not if you got a little bit of water between you and it.
I'm saying you can't trust that technology with every person in the United States. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So you got to think of the dumbest people in the U.S.
Which is why the GPS goes
Which
into the
is
car,
you, sir.
and you don't drive them anymore. They basically drive themselves.
But why would you not be upset about an atomic battery killing oil? But if solar and wind do it, it gets you upset.
No, I'm just saying that that's a mistaken investment. When you look at those gigantic windmill farms and the maintenance on them, it's not worth it.
But the costs are cheaper, like 10 times cheaper than a nuclear.
I think he's from Texas. Do you live in Texas, sir?
Actually, I've lived in Texas.
He's in Louisiana.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Are you a WWE wrestler, sir?
Say
You
again.
guys mind if I say something real
Are
quick?
you a wrestler, WWE?
No.
Backyard wrestling, perhaps.
No, but I do like UFC, MMA.
Nice.
Anyways. Any other companies on anyone's interest on alternative energies? I mean, not just minimizing it to electric or red uranium.
In phase.
I would like to bring one up if possible, if we can have a real discussion.
Start with the ticker.
Yeah, I think Tesla's the biggest one.
So
I think Tesla's the biggest.
In phase.
Preferably something that's not spoke on Bloomberg or something. You know what I mean? Something preferably different.
What you got?
Keep in mind market cap limitations, though.
Which is 500 million, correct?
4 letters.
Well, I just been researching the one that the new battery technology. I don't know if you guys have had that discussion. More along the lines of storage.
Ticker?
Have you GWH. I think it's going to be pretty big in the future.
CRISPR's going to be big in the future. Buy the shit out of CRISPR, because all it's going to take is one athlete to have some disease, goes into the CRISPR, change out the genes, and man, boom.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
We can probably talk about the technology behind it. We probably just can't refer to the specific of it.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess the idea behind the Tesla storage and Tesla batteries is that you're using up all the lithium, right? Using that whole idea. It's hard to get out of the ground, process. This one's basically common elements, and it doesn't get hot, so they don't have to cool the storage units down. The elements are cheap. It's about a third of the price. The batteries last about 20 to 30 years. So the cost to produce them is about a third. The value in the batteries itself is 20 to 30 years. So there's more value there. This was backed by Bill Gates. I think he put in 155 million. The technology was backed by the government. They gave them grants.
Storing it for, like, so it's a storage, energy storage.
It's energy storage
Yeah, these are
without.
going to be grid energy storage. Flow batteries are going to be
Yep,
for long
flow batteries.
duration grid energy storage. So they're not going to use them in cars, but they'll use them on the grid in northern latitudes to store energy for like months at a time to use in the winter when the sun's down and the wind might not blow for a little while.
So, here's my question. Like, aren't there places where there's total sunshine, no darkness for like 9 months out of the year?
Alaska.
6 months out of the year, yeah.
6 months.
Wouldn't that be one of the places you would want to locate your main source of energy capture? So, like, if you were capturing solar panels, or using solar panels to catch it before you stored it, wouldn't you just build it all somewhere like that? Wouldn't that make sense?
Well, you could ask the Koch brothers that when they tried to do that in Arizona with all those mirrors, and yeah, that's nothing. Shambles.
They do that in places like Chile, where the solar irradiance and the weather patterns allow the most sunshine. And Chile has the lowest cost of energy generation with the solar there. And places like Morocco's going to do it with solar and wind, and then build a HVDC power line to the UK and pump in 10 gigs of power from Morocco to the UK. Pretty much baseload power. That's all from wind and the sun.
So this storage technology would store excess power that you pulled from everywhere pretty much, and could store it and then send it out as needed during peak hours in certain areas, wherever it needed to go pretty much.
Exactly.
Wait, clarifying question. How are they using wind and solar to create baseload energy?
Well, because they overlap. So if you put enough distributed wind and solar. So right now, Morocco is building a baseload power source. It's like 5 nuclear plants big, and they're going to put in an HVDC line to pipe that into the UK where it's cloudy. If you're interested in that, I can give you a good link on wind and solar replacing baseload power.
Well, I'm just
What,
I am actually a little
can you
curious. I'd
drop
like
me
to
the
read
link?
into that because I didn't, as far as I was aware, wind and solar are only available as intermittent energy sources, not as baseload right now.
Well, so the modern grid, the way it's going to work is it's going to use dynamic sources of power. So nuclear, for instance, does not work well on a solar and wind power grid because it's so big and bulky. So grids are going to go to solar and wind and batteries and storage and HVDC lines, and to spread out. So the wind, if you spread it out geographically, it's almost perfectly smooth and baseload. And like the Dogger Bank wind farm in the UK is going to provide what they call reactive power, which is like the power you get from a nuclear power plant that helps push the cycles on the grid. So it'll be the first wind power farm to actually provide that kind of power.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a grid in Australia that's running almost all wind and solar right now, and they have a lot of that.
The Tesla storage batteries for that. So like Hawaii right now just turned off all their fossil fuel burning, and they installed a lot of Tesla solar panels and solar batteries. So even though solar and wind is intermittent, the storage comes into play because when there's high energy from those sources, they store it into the batteries, and then they use the batteries as the energy source, which is constant.
Yeah, a lot of bids are being won by a combined wind, solar, and battery plants, and they call a lot of that firmed wind or firm solar, where they put in the lithium batteries, and they can stretch the baseload power like 4 hours into the night or 4 hours before the sun comes up, and they use it during the day when most power is generated. It's called firmed wind or firm solar, and it's way cheaper than anything from a fossil fuel plant.
Do you have names for the companies that produce those batteries? Because I have been very interested in some quality battery tech companies.
Yeah, well, yeah, I
Sorry.
can point you in the right direction, but the solar is really, if you want to make money, is on the panels and the inverter makers. But Tesla's putting in a lot of those batteries. If you look up flow batteries, I could send you some information, and you could figure out a lot of what's going on from there.
Stock symbol.
Tesla's the biggest.
ENPH. Just
That's a good one too. I've been looking at that as well.
Solar Edge, Enphase.
Love Enphase.
But I'm bullish still on
Stock
those
is trading so high.
Yeah. But Tesla's the biggest because Tesla does it all. They do the battery, solar, they do the inverters, and they also win these bids.
a big
around
thing in storage is going to be pumped hydro. So those flow batteries are going to compete with pumped hydro, where they build a reservoir and they just use gravity to make like a small hydrogen dam.
Yeah.
Hey guys, you mentioned Chile. They are doing some interesting stuff. I know Porsche just bought, they invested like $75 million into this. They're pretty much going to be making synthetic fuel. I did find a couple articles, and it kind of explains how they're making it. So if you want to look that up, I think I posted a DD on it a couple months ago. There's a couple links and stuff in there. It's actually pretty cool stuff. And essentially what this e-fuel is going to do, it'll have zero emissions essentially, but it'll still have an internal combustion engine. It's actually pretty cool stuff. So it's kind of like hydrogen almost, but not quite. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
If you want to check that out.
You could use it in a jet that you already have, so you don't have to change the motor in the jet. You use the synthetic fuel.
Yeah, it's pretty wild stuff. So something to think about too.
I know if you mix hydrogen and carbon, you get like a base form of alcohol. And they're talking about trying to turn that into like a drop-in fuel replacement for cars. There's like a $8 billion DOE grant right now for like a hydrogen hub. There's a couple companies that are teaming up to try to build one.
So Enphase is breaking out resistance $309.25. It's currently trading at $313.63. So it's blown through resistance, short term, intermediate term, long term. It's to the fucking moon, as they say.
Yeah, and the next earnings season, when it explodes again, I mean, these next few earnings seasons, when other people are going to be having problems, solar and like Tesla are going to have some strong reports, and they're going to stand out against some of these other people that are going to be hurting.
Hey, great talk, guys. I'm heading out though. Got to eat some lunch. See you tomorrow.
Looks like it's curling hard on the weekly chart too.
Coming out of the recession, all the growth in energy is going to be in solar and wind.
Why do I always think of Captain Planet when I hear that?
I think the unique thing about energy is the fact that it's not a zero-sum game, unlike most other things. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of uses for a lot of different energy sources, and I don't think any one is going to be the end-all, be-all. So I think there's going to be money to be made in most of them.
I agree. It's just a fight of market share at this point, which is why you see a lot of petroleum companies actually investing into solar and wind energy, alternative energy sources, maybe. You know,
No, I
They're
feel
just,
that.
they're just
I
doing
think,
that to pacify the books and to say, hey, look, we invested. Look, see.
but that's part of my point is though, I don't think like any one energy source is going to wind up with a huge amount of the market share. You know, unlike anything else. Like if you look at retail, right? Like you would rather be in Amazon than Walmart, and Walmart's the second best. You know what I'm saying? Because like most stocks are a zero-sum game, but energy is really not going to be like that. I'm telling you right now, no one energy source is going to have a huge amount of market share.
Yeah.
Actually,
I don't know.
solar is like a silicon wafer, so they print it like a
Hydrogen is
silicon
the end
wafer,
all.
and it's just a wire and a silicon chip, and there's no moving parts. And if you think about computer chips on silicon wafers and how much the cost of computer chips have come down, that's what the cost curve looks like on solar, and it's projected to get most of the growth. It's actually projected. The oil companies will tell you, yeah, it's going to be all solar by 2050. But I
well,
mean,
that's great news because that also plays into some of the technology that we were hearing about earlier with the new style of chips that they're going to be working on.
Yeah, solar was constantly going to have to be upgraded to the point where it's super efficient all the time. It's not necessarily going to go away, but as far as the go-to, hydrogen's going to be the go-to.
So I'd say if you wanted to put solar panels on your house, wait 5 years until these new non-silica chips hit the market, see how they run in these solar panels, and then go from there.
Yeah, the latest one was they put basically magnifying glass right in front of the cell to charge them that much faster.
yeah, there's a next wave of solar perovskites, Pervoskits, that are going to be efficient, but you could print them on like a film, so you could print out solar like you would print out newspapers.
Hey, opinion, do you remember what that silica substitute was called? He might not be in here.
For the semiconductors?
Yes.
There's been a latest discovery, I think, down in
No,
Austin.
hold on. Shut
It
your mouth.
was
Hold on. This is
carbon,
important.
boron, arsenate.
I'm sorry, say again.
What was the substitute for silicon for semiconductors? If anybody was in here earlier from the discussion.
Phosphorus, some shit.
That didn't help.
Graphite, platinum, uranium, shit.
Yeah. All right. I'll do some more DD. I'll get that. But that actually made directly play into
Intel was
Cuban boron
was
arsenate.
producing chips or something like that. So I'll do some research and try to think of the.
Is it cubic boron arsenide?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's it. Cubic boron arsenide.
One more time. Sorry.
No worries. Cubic boron. Fuck, I just lost it. Cubic boron. I'll drop it in the chat.
And Intel was looking into creating semiconductors with this substitute, correct?
Yeah, it was in Oklahoma or something.
Check out
It was
solar.
Intel.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Lion Electric update. My 1,000 shares, total profit $6 on paper right now.
Nice. What? Love a green day.
Oh, it's only gonna get better.
That's right. Nowhere to go but up.
I got to the call late. Did you guys discuss kinetic energy earlier?
I don't believe we've discussed kinetic energy today.
How do you guys feel about that? I don't know any tickers that are working with it, but I remember seeing this guy.
Being that a lot of people don't know about it, I don't think it's gonna appeal to the masses yet. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I seen it on a Shark Tank episode that came out a few years ago. You basically put them in the water, and you let the kinetic energy from the waves be the energy source.
That's how I used to go fishing.
That's it's super small cap.
Small cap. I
It's
thought
only gonna work coastal.
Like-
It only works for coastal regions.
I do like the
Tidal and wave energy. Yeah.
I think Belize, I think, or one of the South American just installed one. Right off-
Anybody know about efficiency or anything like that?
But Solar 3.0 was what y'all were talking about earlier.
Stock symbol, please.
WAVE. It's below market cap.
Appreciate it.
So the pump is to buy it?
No, to move on.
Copy that.
Is there any tickers that actually meet market cap that are in the kinetic field?
I have not found one so far. I mean, I do like the idea of the technology, and it's cool that young entrepreneurs are going out and stepping outside of the bounds to try to come up with some stuff.
Yeah, I understand that.
Technology is cool, but I think we still got a lot to learn when it comes to that.
Yeah, definitely that. Being that not a lot of people know about it, you got to keep in mind what's appealing to the masses and what's going to really affect the market. But if there's any other alternative energy ideas and tickers.
Yeah, other things that are similar, not also in producing energy, but new ways of using energy that's going to proliferate the market is things like removing like gas powered furnaces and things like that and transitioning into heat pumps and things that are more efficient.
I'm thinking more like how many things in your daily life can you convert from pulling mass amount of amperage into smaller, easier, self-sustaining systems. For example, your air conditioner or your dryer or a welder in the shop that have to pull mass amount of amps. You know, like a cell phone, it takes nothing to charge a cell phone. But the amount of power it takes for some of these machines to run, I think once they find a way to make those more efficient, you're going to really see a change in the way energy is used. Just think about TVs, for example. 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, they were huge and they were drawing mass amounts of power. Today, you can leave your TV on all day for the whole year, and it might cost you $20.
Yeah, heat pumps are super efficient for heating.
Love heat pumps.
And the U.S. is given $1,000 credit for heat pumps as well.
Love $1,000 credits for heat pumps.
Yeah, the IRA next year, you're going to see a bunch of credits at states and in the federal level for heat pumps, solar, and a lot of savings.
How do you take advantage of those credits with your IRA?
The Inflation Reduction Act, the one they just passed.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to my actual IRA. I got you.
Yeah, I need to work on that too. I can't invest in anything good in my IRA.
Listen, I know you guys all hate Biden, so let's just move on. Someone said that to me earlier today, so I have to repeat it because it makes me laugh.
Sure, probably have the most unbiased opinion of anyone here, and it still doesn't matter. So, yeah.
Real quick, next president, Democratic or Republican?
Well, which one's won the popular vote the last few times?
I don't think that mattered either.
I think, yeah, who did win the popular vote? I don't think that mattered because.
I mean, the next president, Democrat, we're definitely staying on the alternative energy course. That's why the question was brought up. Republican, we're going to pivot and we're going back to, gas, and we're just going to just drill.
That cat's out of the bag now. I mean, you can't put it back in.
Like oil companies stop drilling under Trump because.
But just like the way Biden, promoting electric and whatnot. I mean, if Republicans in there goes all that name dropping, and it's just going to be promoting fuels, coal.
Yeah, I know you guys all hate Biden, so let's just move on.
That's right.
Yeah, that's out the bag. It's over.
Trump, maybe Elon.
I love Biden. Biden's the man. What are you talking about?
So DeSantis is Trump light, but DeSantis is the man. That's who I like.
I don't know any of these people that y'all are talking about, and I can't find their tickers anywhere.
What is going to crash next? It was Bitcoin. Is it going to be real estate? What's next in this recession?
Yeah, definitely real estate, right? Real estate and cars are teed up. That's obvious. And then one final flushing of the stock market. True capitulation where everybody just feels like they're just going to sell 25% of the fucking value that they bought in that.
6 months ago, I called 290 puts in March.
Love it.
Just remember.
Will it be a slow?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going.
Is something going to break and then everything's going to happen overnight?
No, they're not gonna throw a falling knife into the SPY. If you look at the SPY, it's fairly technical, and it always goes up, quote unquote. So, I mean, if you just follow it, I see it as a slow process to an algorithmic moving mathematical equation.
Did you go to college?
No, not at all.
I didn't think so. No, I like that rap though. That's a good rap. That was awesome.
I could have got a job somewhere with that, huh?
Yeah, man, that's solid shit.
90% of getting where you want is talking like you know what you're talking about.
Now, 90% of life, my advice to everybody on this call is showing up. So if you're ever anywhere and you just fucking don't want to be there, you just show up and somebody's like, "Oh my God, you're here." You said it 90% of showing up. And you get the credit for being there. You fucking hate that you're there, but you did the right thing.
That is very true.
Amen.
Thank you.
Not financial advice.
Yeah, don't invest on that advice.
But hey, you showed up to the call, so you're already 90% different than everybody else.
That's right.
Damn, I should have went to college. You gonna make me regret that now.
What would you go for?
I don't know. I've been thinking about that a lot recently myself.
It's all about making the most active money. So it's going to something that pays well and doesn't take too much of your time. That way you could make passive money.
Yeah, that was kind of my idea. School's free for me. They actually pay me to go to school. I don't even have to be good. I just got to show up. So yeah, I don't exactly know what I want to do yet, but showing up for class for a couple grand a month don't sound too bad.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, don't shit on being self-taught either.
No, I wouldn't never do that. I mean, it takes a genius to teach for somebody to teach themselves anything. So no, that would be why I need a teacher. I'll probably major in English, considering I'm from a different country, but you know, I spell pretty well.
You in the States?
If you can call it that.
Wannabe, right?
Go for finance, dude. Get a job somewhere where you could trade on inside information.
I'd say
No.
go physics instead. Do physics.
That's you gotta be too smart for that. I mean, I'd almost
Even if it's the secretary to a CEO, bro.
rather take Hardy's job and just walk around telling other people that their business practices are shit and get paid for it.
The best combo: economics and physics.
I was good at economics when I was young, but I got a feeling there's a lot changed. So
Yeah. If I could do it again, I'll do physics and economics.
Economics and physics will get you hired at Renaissance Technologies.
I think I wouldn't mind being an engineer. Engineers make big money.
I'm an engineer. It's too stressful.
Statistically speaking, they say engineers have the easiest pathway to become millionaires, or at least Dave Ramsey says that based on data that he has.
Fuck Dave Ramsey. No, I'm just kidding. I like Dave Ramsey.
He's good. He's good
He's
for
good.
like
He's good.
just for the first 3 steps. After that, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Fuck what he says after that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This dude, I thought we were talking about the guy that quit skiing on TV. Oh, that wasn't funny. Like the anal guy that likes to cuss everybody out in the kitchen.
No bullshit. I didn't even hear what he said.
Dave Ramsey, isn't that the guy that likes to cuss people out in the kitchen?
I think that's his
Gordon
brother.
Ramsay.
That's his brother, Gordon.
God. Shoot me now.
Fuck, man.
Honey, what happened to all our
Anyway.
money? Well, I went to this guy named Gordon Ramsay and gave him the $500,000, and he told me he was investing it.
He invested it in a fucking restaurant that failed. Wound up on
Right.
the called Kitchen Nightmare.
I'm investing in hospitality hard, just anticipating the reopening of China. I mean, I wonder when that's going to open.
I mean, I'll take everybody's free money if y'all are just here to give it out. Cash apps in the bio, you know, just send
My
it.
money goes to stocks, hookers, and drugs. Sorry.
I can be your hooker.
Mine's comes from stocks, hookers, and drugs. What a coincidence.
Hold on, you make profit?
I got a quick question.
The way I'm being dead ass serious, I used to own an escort agency.
I would invest. Oh, speaking of escort agencies, who invested in fucking Grinder? And do you guys see that shit going up any higher to like 40, like with Match, or is it kind of going to be at 20?
My take on it, anytime a guy could get his dick sucked in a matter of minutes for free, it's going to be a major hit.
Wait, what are we talking about here?
Grinder.
Oh, because I'm interested.
Yeah, check out the ticker. It's sitting like around 20 last time I checked, and I'm comparing it to Match.
I'm dead serious about that, by the way. Like you could hop on Grindr and get your dick sucked in a matter of 10 minutes. So I think that they're gonna do pretty good.
That appeals to the masses. I wish the males.
Well, be like the 40-something% of the planet.
Do you see the stock going higher than 20, going up to 40, along with Match, or do you think it's just
pretty much done, and then take out the money you've made and run.
Well, so is Grinder international and is Match international? And then what are the limitations as far as national legalities go in certain countries, different places? That'll reduce the size of people that it's going to reach, you know.
Yeah, I didn't really do too much research on this one, but I am holding, and just I really don't see it going any higher, but I could be wrong. I don't know if it's actually international and where Match is at, but yeah, definitely gonna look into all that.
If you're in the business and you end up holding it long term anyway, because if you just recently bought in, your shares are probably locked. Well, I mean, you just have to, like I say, you're going to have to do some research on how big your client list is, I guess, as far as that's concerned. You know what I mean? Like, how many people is it really going to appeal to?
That and then also like membership. I mean, when I think of the gay community, I think of a lot of a disposable income. So I think a lot of memberships are sold. I think I read somewhere it's like $125 a year for a membership or something like that.
So you're saying I need a boyfriend?
Sugar daddy. SD.
I'm just saying, if he makes more than my girlfriend does, then you know, I don't know. Might be a good addition.
Well, thank you for directing me into the idea of researching what is their their market, if they're international or not. Gonna hold on for another couple weeks and see what happens there. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely need more DD on that for me to like give a solid opinion as far as like pricing and stuff like that goes. But just like from a psychological standpoint, I think that app is going to do very well. And I think it'll be in every liberal country in the world. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Plus, like I said,
Not in Qatar.
well, right, but they're also not a liberal country, and like I said, they're going to appeal to their customers, their market, and they're going to have a set share. Like they're focused on one specific type of market. So, say you're a business and you make 10,000 different products. Out of those 10,000 different products, one product's going to suck because you're not able to put as much time and resources into R&D on that one product. But when you got, say, this company that is developing a single product, they're going to be improving that one product constantly. So that one product, you're probably going to have a lot less failures. If I relate that to, any other business model itself, like they're focusing on their market share of clients, whereas everybody else is focusing on socializing them all together at once, which means you have to appease everyone. And if you're only trying to appease one group of people, it's normally a lot easier than if you're trying to appease everybody.
Yeah, 100% right. That's like having a restaurant with a small menu versus having a restaurant with a huge menu. You're going to have a lot more success with the restaurants that have small menus because they could just focus on doing these 5, 10, 15 dishes really good compared to doing fucking 60, 70 other dishes.
Right. and it might be completely regarded like I don't know what I'm talking about at all. I'm just saying.
Nah, I think you mean it like in terms of like it's staying more of like a gay and trans app versus like becoming a heterosexual app too, right?
Yeah, I mean they're gonna focus on their demographic, and they're gonna please their demographic because they know their demographic is what's paying the bills. On top of the fact that advertisement on their platform is crazy expensive, so it kind of creates a generic filter. You're not going to advertise unless on this platform unless you want to pay this kind of money, which advertisements may be crazy as far as the amount of them that they pop up, but it can't be many different businesses. I mean, who's got that much money to put into advertising these days? And at the end of the day, their revenue stream that they make off of the people that used it, I think somebody said yesterday it was like $15 for a day pass. Like, that's a lot of money with all the users.
Yeah, and I think at some point too in the future, if they ever do want to expand, like the parent company could just create a different app for heterosexuals.
Yeah, exactly. Now, do I think that they're gonna like overpower big market cap or take over major market share? I don't know about that yet, but that might be more longer term down the road. I think they just got acquired, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how that whole transition worked, but somebody bought them and brought them public. So I think they got a lot of work to do. That's just my opinion.
I'm gonna use the app and get some DD in.
Nice. Post it.
All right, gentlemen, I'm off to meet the wonderful Wizard of Oz. I'll check you guys later.
Oh, thank you very much. Maybe now would be a good time to wrap up the call. We've been going for sheesh, like how many hours is this? 4.5 hours?
Sounds good, Jane.
Yeah. Oh, come out to the 5 p.m. uranium talk. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Until then, see you guys around. All right. Cheers.
Later, family.